Good evening, good evening, good evening. Hey, this is your boy Sniper, aka the Almaco Wolf, brown in color. Welcome to my live today. Maybe I should close my closet. Damn, that should be a good debate. I got my clothes all open, not in the open and everything, but hey, they all lined up nice and neat though. But anyways, Rimrock, what's going on? You knew what's up, baby. And I got a special guest as always. This dude's been texting me. You going live again? I think I turned him into a live fiend.
No,
my boy Heartbeat.
Yeah, man. First of all, hello to anybody out there watching. What's going on? As you can hear, man, like I don't know what happened to you. Like, I woke up this morning and my voice was completely gone. I have no idea what happened. I wasn't yelling, screaming, nothing crazy was going on. And I woke up and had no voice. And sort of throughout the day, it's been coming back slowly. But I got my radio voice now. This is what it is. I don't know why it's like this. But I got, pulled the mic a little bit closer. So, I mean, honestly, I didn't even think you were necessarily going to go live. I wasn't expecting to go live. I just wanted to watch really the debate with you. But I mean, I guess you can go live. They've just started, so I kind of got it going on in the background, so I'm kind of distracted with it. But because I don't know, I don't think you can actually reproduce the broadcast, right? You can't even play the audio. Like we could just listen to it and respond to it as we're hearing it. Honestly, I think it would probably be better to listen to it and then do the live and talk about it. Excuse me. But I mean, whatever you want to do, brother, like it doesn't matter to me. They were actually already started. So they asked the first question and Walt is answering right now.
I think this is his open statements.
Say that again.
I think it's just that they're opening statements.
Yeah. He's already attacking Donald Trump. He said a near 80-year-old Donald Trump talking about crowd sizes. So he's already kind of hitting at Trump. Being a little bit older.
Right.
I wish you could have some sort of audio while we watch this.
Yeah, I'm not that technically sound just yet, but give me about 6 months, I'll probably be up in there. I got a good staff, good people that help me with it, and you know how to do some of this stuff too. We'll figure this out together next time.
Yeah.
Let me hear what he's saying real quick.
Sure.
Them together, understanding that our allies matter. When our allies see Donald Trump turn towards Vladimir Putin, turn towards North Korea, when we start to see that type of fickleness around holding the coalitions together, we will stay committed. And as the vice president today is, we will protect our forces and our allied forces, and there will be consequences.
Governor, your time is up. Senator Vance, the same question. Would you support or oppose a preemptive strike by Israel on Iran? You have 2 minutes.
So, Margaret, I want to answer the question. First of all, thanks, Governor. Thanks to CBS for hosting the debate. And thanks, most importantly, to the American people who are watching this evening and caring enough about this country to pay attention to this vice presidential debate. I want to answer the question, but I want to actually give an introduction to myself a little bit because I recognize a lot of
Did he literally just pull a Kamala Harris, though?
family. My mother required food assistance for periods of her life.
Yeah,
My brother required Social Security help.
he doesn't have the earrings on.
She raised me in part because my mother had addiction for addiction of my own life. I went to college on the GI Bill after I enlisted in the Marine Corps in Iraq, and so I stand here asking to be your vice president with extraordinary gratitude for this country, for the American people.
Did you only got 2 minutes?
And most importantly, I know that a lot of you are worried about the chaos in the world and the feeling that the American dream is unattainable. I want to try to convince you tonight over the next 90 minutes that if we get Donald Trump back in the White House, the American dream is going to be attainable once again. Now, to answer this particular question, we have to remember that as much as Governor Walz just accused Donald Trump of being an agent of chaos, Donald Trump actually delivered in the world, and he did it by effective deterrence. People were afraid of stepping out of line.
Tony, we should probably post in your chat like a link for them to be able to go and watch the debate if they haven't found it already. I'm sure your people are smart enough to find it, but probably be cool to throw them the link.
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
All right.
And I want to answer the question. Look, it is up to Israel what they think they need to do to keep their country safe, and we should support our allies wherever they are when they're fighting the bad guys. I think that's the right approach to take with the question.
Senator, Governor Walz, do you care to respond to any of these allegations?
Well, look, Donald Trump was in office. We'll sometimes hear revisionist history, but when Donald Trump was in office, it was Donald Trump who we had a coalition of nations that had boxed Iran's nuclear program in, the inability to advance it. Donald Trump pulled that program and put nothing else in its place. So Iran is closer to a nuclear weapon than they were before because of Donald Trump's fickle leadership. And when Iran shot down an American aircraft in international airspace, Donald Trump, because that's the standard diplomacy of Donald Trump.
This is why I think the debate matters. A lot of people saying the VP debate matter. What he's saying, what he's doing right now is why it matters. It's not about the VP. Each one of these VPs right now has an opportunity to frame and to define the other candidate, the other's candidate for president. That's what they're trying to do here. That's what they're trying to do here.
Senator Vance, the U.S. did have a diplomatic deal with Iran to temporarily pause parts of its nuclear program, and President Trump did exit that deal. He recently said, just 5 days ago, the U.S. must now make a diplomatic deal with Iran because the consequences are impossible.
Did he make a mistake? Hell of a framing for that question.
You yourself just said Iran is as close to a nuclear weapon today as they have ever been. And Governor Walz, who has been the president for the last 2.5 years, which is your running mate, not mine. Donald Trump consistently made the world. Now we talk about the sequence of events that led us to where we are right now. And you can't ignore October the 7th, which I appreciate Governor Walz bringing up. But when did Iran and Hamas and their proxies
It's true. They're trying to whistle past the graveyard about the fact that Kamala Harris has been the VP and in the administration that has helped to cause this issue this whole time.
Diplomacy and peace through strength is how you bring stability back to a very broken world. Donald Trump has already done it once before. Ask yourself at home, when was the last time, I'm 40 years old, when was the last time that an American president didn't break out? The only answer is during the 4 years that Donald Trump was president.
Gentlemen, we have a lot to get to. Nora, Margaret, thank you. Let's turn now to
Like she has the voice problems too.
160 people are dead and hundreds more are missing. Scientists say climate change makes these hurricanes
That's what they say, but that doesn't make it. Does that make it fact?
Nope.
historic rainfall. Senator Vance, according to CBS News polling, 7 in 10 Americans and more than 60% of Republicans under the
America has been reducing its climate change, and it still doesn't matter.
responsibility would the Trump administration have to try and reduce the impact of climate change? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Sure. So first of all, let's start with the hurricane because it's an unbelievable, unspeakable human tragedy. I just saw today actually a photograph of 2 grandparents on a roof with a 6-year-old child, and it was the last photograph ever taken of them because the roof collapsed and those innocent people lost their lives. And I'm sure Governor Walz joins me in saying our hearts go out to those innocent people, our prayers go out to them, and we want as robust and aggressive federal response as we get to save as many lives as possible, and of course afterward, help the people in those communities rebuild. We need communities that I love. Some of them I know very personally in Appalachia, all across the
D-Truth, what's going on, brother? Ren Rock, what's going on? Salute to you.
That's what they are. Crazy weather patterns. We also need to talk about and discuss what each of these local communities are doing for dams, levees, their actual engineering.
It's a concern about carbon emissions, this idea that carbon emissions drives all of climate change. Just for the sake of argument, so we're not arguing about weird science, let's just say that's true. Well, if you believe that, what would you want to do? The answer is that you want to reshore as much American.
Well, Vance, if Trump is elected president, will he be the youngest vice president?
Is that a question? Will he be the youngest vice president?
Yeah, will he be the youngest vice president?
I don't know.
He's
That's a good
only
question.
40.
More manufacturing overseas, more doing business in some of the dirtiest parts of the entire world. The amount of
Median age upon accession to the vice president is 54 years and 10 months. So actually, at the age of 36 years and 4 days, it was John C. Breckinridge. He was the youngest.
Mm.
Whoever John C. Breckinridge was, whatever administration that was. Oh boy.
So real quick,
Yes.
do you think that, as we just discussed yesterday, Donald Trump says a lot of stuff out of pocket, and people use it against him?
Sure.
Does he need to limit what he says, what he tweets? And I don't believe that he tweets.
I mean-
think it's somebody that's there. I don't know if he actually is a tweeter, but should he limit that? Because that seems like it gets him in a lot of trouble.
I mean, in a perfect world, I would assume the answer would be yes. However, he has already made it to the presidency once talking that way, and he's made it all the way through his life as successful as he is, talking the way that he talks. You're asking the leopard to change his spots now? That ain't gonna happen, bro. That ain't gonna happen. He's
Yeah.
not going to change his spots. He's not going to change how he talks. He's not going to change his messaging just because some people don't like it. The bottom line is he gets results. At least that, in his business world, that's how it was when he was the president of the United States. People, you can knock him all you want to, man. He had America's economy rolling in a way that it hadn't for generations. He had peace all across the world. No major wars outside of what was going on that he adopted in Afghanistan. But even then, he was attempting to make peace there. And I don't want to take too much, away from the debate because I do want to listen to this. But like I said, in a perfect world, would you say yes, or you would say yes? But I think that at the risk of what do you lose if you tailor what Trump says and how he says it? You change the product, you change the result. And I'm not necessarily sure that that's, listen, I don't care what he says. I care what he does. For me, I care about policy. I care about results in office. I don't care what he says. I don't even read his Twitter. I don't care. You know what I'm saying? That doesn't matter to me. What matters to me is what he does for me. Everybody puts too much emphasis, too much power on the president of the United States. They want this person to be some kind of moral authority for them, like it's a God, like it's God. That's what parents are for. That's what families for. That's what your church is for. All I want is this man to create positive policy. I want to know who the president is, and I don't want to hear him or see his face. That's how you know you have a good leader. When you don't see that person, they're just in the background doing what they do. There's a common analogy about politicians. People you want them to be celebrities. You want them to be this constant in your life that you got to look at. Not me, bro. I want my politicians to be like plumbers. I hire them to do the job. I don't need to sit there and be your friend. I don't care about what you say. All I care about is, can you do the job? Get out there, fix the leak, do what you got to do, get in the background, get out. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you.
They keep bringing up climate change, bro. They want to talk about it. Use the U.S. military for mass deportation. Here we fucking go. And this is we need to talk to Mondo about this. That's exactly what he was asking me last night. Why didn't you just mass deport him, bro? How you gonna do that? How you gonna do that without the military? And then Democrats bitching that you can't turn an American military around on American citizens.
We have to stop the bleeding.
That's how they're gonna package it.
Because Kamala Harris said that she wanted to undo all of Donald Trump's policy. 94 executive orders suspending deportations, decriminalizing illegal aliens, massively increasing the asylum fraud that exists in our system. That has opened the floodgates. And what it's meant is that a lot of fentanyl is coming into our country. I had a mother who struggled with opioid addiction and has gotten clean. I don't want people who are struggling with addiction to be deprived of their second chance because Kamala Harris let in fentanyl into our communities at record levels. So you've got to stop the bleeding. You've got to re-implement border policies, build the wall, re-implement deportations, and that gets me to your point, Margaret, about what we actually do. We've got 25 million illegal aliens who are here in the
Criminal migrants.
The first thing that we
Start with them.
Migrants. About 1 million of those people have committed some form of crime in addition to crossing the border illegally. I think you start with deportations on folks. And then I think you make it harder for illegal aliens to undercut the wages of American workers. A lot of people will go home if they can't work for a minimum wage in our own country. And by the way, that would be really good for our workers who just want to earn a fair wage for doing a good day's work. And the final point, Margaret, is you asked about family separation. Right now, in this country, Margaret, we have 320,000 children that the Department of Homeland Security has effectively lost. Some of them have been sex trafficked. Some of them, hopefully, are homes with their families. Some of them have been used as drug trafficking deals. The real family separation policy in this country, unfortunately, Kamala Harris's wide open southern border. And I'd ask my fellow Americans to remember, when she came into office, she said she was going to do this. Real leadership will be saying, you know what, I screwed up. We're going to go back to Donald Trump's border policies. I wish that she would do that. It would be good for all of us.
Governor, do you care to respond to any of those specific?
Wow. As a moderator, she's even telling him specifically which points.
And using kids as drugs.
That's crazy. I know we need to talk about that. We need to talk about that.
This is a crisis. This is an opioid crisis, and this is fast, the largest opioid deaths in our nation's history. 50% increase in Ohio, but there's still more work to do. But let's go back to this on immigration. Kamala Harris is the Attorney General of the largest border state in California. She's the only person in this race who prosecuted transnational gangs for human trafficking and drug interventions. But look, we all want to solve this. Most of us want to solve this, and that is the United States Congress. That's the Border Patrol agents. That's the Chamber of Commerce. That's most Americans out here. That's why we have the fairest and the toughest bill on immigration that this nation's seen. It was crafted by a conservative senator from Oklahoma, James Lankford. I know he'd be super conservative, but he's a man of principle, wants to get it done. Democrats and Republicans worked on this piece of legislation. The Border Patrol said, this is what we need in here. These are the experts. And the Chamber of Commerce and the Wall Street Journal said, pass this. And Kamala Harris helped get that. 1,500 new border agents. Detection for drugs. DOJ money to speed up these the adjudications on this. Just what America wants. But as soon as that was getting ready to pass and actually tackle this, Donald Trump said no. Told him to vote against it because it gives him a campaign issue. It gives him what would Donald Trump talk about if we actually did some of these things? By the legislature. You can't just do this through the executive branch.
What?
We have the options to do this. Donald Trump had 4 years.
Ms. Media, what's good?
Trust you, America. How easy it would be.
No, this isn't pre-recorded, Miss Media. This is we're going live.
That wall got built, and Mexico didn't pay a dime.
Unfortunately, it's a little quiet because we're watching the debate, you know. Not a whole lot of action. We're taking it in so we can discuss. Just kind of inviting
Hope you're not
people to
asleep by
watch,
the time it finishes,
watch
Miss
the debate
Media,
on their
so you
own.
can give us your
What's up, T?
Miss Media. I hope you it don't go too late so we can get your input on this. I know you go to sleep at a certain time.
I know. Well,
Thank
also
you.
too,
Thank you.
I know that they take a 15-minute break, which is good. Like, right, they'll stop, so it'll allow us to hit the first half, sort of. You know what I mean?
She did exactly that. We had a record number of illegal crossings. We had a record number of fentanyl coming into our country. And now that she's running for president, or a few months before, she says that somehow she got religion and cared a lot about a piece of legislation. The only thing that she did when she became the vice president, when she became the appointed border czar, was to undo 94 Donald Trump executive actions that opened the door. This problem is leading to massive problems in the United States of America. Parents who can't afford health care, schools that are overwhelmed, it's got to stop, and it will over Donald Trump as president.
Senator, your term is up. Governor, what about our CBS News polling, which does show that a majority of Americans, more than 50%, support mass deportations?
Look, we fix this issue with a bill that is necessary, but the issue on this is what happens when you don't want to solve it. You demonize it. And we saw this, and Senator Vance, and it surprises me on this, talking about and saying I would create stories to bring attention to this.
They know that that's not what he meant. They've taken that. He's taking what he said out of context.
The Republican governor said, it's not true, don't do it. There's consequences for this. There's consequences. We could come together. Senator Lankford did it. We could come together and solve this if we didn't let Donald Trump continue to make it an issue. And the consequences in Springfield were the governor had to send state law enforcement to escort kindergartners to school. I believe Senator Vance wants to solve this, but by standing with Donald Trump and not working together to find a solution, it becomes a talking point. And when it becomes a talking point like this, we dehumanize and villainize
Oh.
other humans.
That's a good point.
Your time is up, Senator. I'll give you 1 minute, but let me just ask you the question first. The governor has made the point, and I think as a sitting lawmaker, you know that Congress controls the purse strings on any funding. So you have said repeatedly that Donald Trump would, through executive action, solve this. Do you disagree that Congress controls the purse strings and would need to support
She's
many
completely reframing the question for his response.
But the vast majority of what we need to do with the southern border is just empowering law enforcement to do their job. I've been at the southern border more than our borders are, Kamala Harris has been, and it's actually heartbreaking because the border patrol agents, they just want to be empowered.
The music's good.
Resources will help, but most of this is about the president and the vice president empowering our law enforcement to say, hey, if you try to come across the border illegally, you've got to stay in Mexico, you've got to go back through proper channels. Now, Governor Walz brought up the community of Springfield, and he's very worried about the things that I've said in Springfield. Look, in Springfield, Ohio, and in communities all across this country, you've got schools that are overwhelmed, you've got hospitals that are overwhelmed, you've got housing that is totally unaffordable because we brought in millions of illegal immigrants to compete with Americans for scarce homes. The people that I'm most worried about in Springfield, Ohio, are the American citizens who've had their lives destroyed by Kamala Harris's open border. It is a disgrace to them. And I actually think, I agree with you. I think you want to solve this problem, but I don't think that Kamala Harris.
Senator, your time is up. Governor, you have 1 minute to respond.
You know, it is law enforcement that asked for the bill. They helped craft it. They're the ones that supported it. That's because they know we need to do this. Look, this issue of continuing to bring this up, of not dealing with it, of blaming migrants for everything. On housing, we could talk a little bit about Wall Street speculators buying up housing and making that less affordable, but it becomes a blame. Look, this bill also gives the money necessary to adjudicate. I agree, it should not take 7 years for an asylum claim to be done. This bill gets it done in 90 days. Then you start to make a difference in this, and you start to adhere to what we know, American principles. Look, I don't talk about my faith a lot, but Matthew 25:40 talks about the least amongst us you do unto me. I think that's true.
I got a problem with this man quoting scripture in the middle of his.
It's supported by the people. It lets us keep our dignity about how we treat other people.
Thank you, Governor. And just to clarify for our viewers, Springfield, Ohio does have a law
Oh.
for Haitian migrants.
Oh, that's crazy. The fact checking is crazy. Don't let him get away with that.
Nah, I wouldn't let them get away with it either.
Well, what they're trying to do is the moderators did this to Trump. They'll hit with a fact check, and you'll notice the fact checks will only go in one direction. All the fact checks that you'll see here, none of them are going to go for JD Vance. They're all going to go for the Democratic side.
But what's supposed to happen, it was all the fact checks are supposed to be done only by the candidates, not by the moderators.
Last time, this time they changed it. Yeah, this time they changed it a bit. They said that the moderators would fact check, but that's already one fact check or two fact checks on JD Vance. One's on climate change, and the other one just now on the Haitian migrant issue in Springfield, Ohio. Let's count. Let's see how many they actually fact checked him for.
Did you hear the question?
No, I'm sorry.
house in Minneapolis, prices went down on rent 4%. It's working. And then making sure go to the middle class. $6,000 child tax credit. We have one in Minnesota. Reduces childhood poverty by a third. We save money in the long run, and we do the right thing for families. And then getting businesses off the ground. The law as it stands right now is $5,000 tax credit.
Walsh is doing a good job, honestly, with his facts in this portion.
Donald Trump made a promise, and I'll give you this. He kept it. He took folks from Mar-a-Lago, said you're rich as hell, I'm going to give you a tax cut. He gave the tax cuts that predominantly went to the top tax. What happened there was an $8 trillion increase in the national debt, the largest ever. Now he's proposing a 20% consumption or sales tax on everything we bring in. Everyone agrees, including businesses, it would be destabilizing it would increase inflation and potentially lead to a recession. Look, this is simple for you. Where are we going? Kamala Harris,
Wow.
what the administration wants to do, let's just ask the wealthiest to pay their fair share. We use that. Our system works best. More people are participating in it, and folks have the things that they need.
I want to give you a moment to respond on that, but similarly, the Wharton School has done an analysis of the Trump plan.
Bro, the framing of the questions.
Yeah, that now this is getting out of hand. I agree with you on that. Just ask the question and let the candidates answer it.
She's been the vice president for 3.5 years. She had the opportunity to enact all of these great policies, and what she's actually done instead is drive the cost of food higher by 25%, drive the cost of housing higher by about 60%, open the American southern border, and make middle-class life unaffordable for a large number of Americans. If Kamala Harris has such great plans for how to address middle-class problems, then she ought to do them now. Not when asking for a promotion, but in the job the Americans gave her 3.5 years ago.
Exactly.
Tells you a lot about how much you can trust her actual plans. Now, Donald Trump's economic plan is not just a plan, but it's also a record. A lot of those same economists attack Donald Trump's plans, and they have PhDs, but they don't have common sense, and they don't have wisdom. Because Donald Trump's economic policies to deliver the highest take-home pay in a generation in this country, 1.5% inflation, and to all over the world. So when people say that Donald Trump's economic plan doesn't make sense, I say look at the record. He delivered rising take-home pay for American workers. Now, Tim admirably admits that they want to undo the Trump tax cuts, but if you look at what was so different about Donald Trump's tax cuts, even from creating Republican tax cut plans, is that a lot of those resources went to giving more take-home pay to middle-class and working-class Americans. It was passed in 2017, and you saw an American economic boom unlike we've seen in a generation in this country. That is a record that I'm proud to run on, and we're going to get back to that common sense wisdom.
What was Miss Media saying? I'm sorry, I missed that shit.
No.
You have a bigger fish to fry with what's happening abroad. Oh, a bigger fish to fry with what's happening abroad. Oh, we haven't even talked about Israel. We really need to talk about Israel and Iran tonight. I got so much on that, bro.
Factory recession, but 10 million people out of work, largest percentage since the Great Depression. 9 million jobs closed down.
Not sure we'll have the time, bro.
Listen to the people from Mayo Clinic in Rochester, Minnesota, not Donald Trump. And the same thing goes with this. And I ask you out there, teachers, nurses, truck drivers, or whatever, how is it fair that you're paying your taxes every year and Donald Trump hasn't paid any federal?
Y'all still hear me?
Yeah, man.
Okay.
I can hear you.
I'm trying to put something in the chat to ask the people who's watching a question, but it's not letting me go up. So,
Go ahead and ask it. Just ask them.
hey, y'all put in the chat. How do y'all feel about these moderators right now? I know how my big brother feels about them right now, but how do y'all feel about them?
That's something that we believe in. I think the thing that most concerns me on this is Donald Trump was the guy who created the largest trade deficit in American history with China. So the rhetoric is good. Much of what the senator said right there, I'm not a context. I watched it happen too. I watched it in my community. And we talked
Yeah, I'd be curious to hear what Chat's opinion is on the moderation too, on whether or not it feels fair or biased, and if so, in what direction.
folks that are putting money into companies that are overseas. We're in agreement that we bring those home. But they should be
Moderation in a debate, that's big. How you handle the moderation, right? It can sway the conversation and the perception of the conversation. Damn. My mom too.
So that she can put food on the table at her household. I know what it's like to not be able to afford the things that you need to afford. We can do so much better. All of you watching, we can get back to America that's affordable again. We just got to get common sense economic principle. I hope we have a conversation on healthcare.
Senator Governor,
Please.
thank you, Margaret. We have a lot to get to ahead, gentlemen, on many topics, but right now I want to talk personal qualifications.
Oh, I can't believe she said that. Oh, this is gonna be good.
Making consequential decisions. I want to ask you about your leadership qualities. Governor Walz, you said you were in Hong Kong during the deadly Tiananmen Square protests in the spring of 1989. The Minnesota Public Radio and other media outlets are reporting that you actually didn't travel to Asia until August of that year. Can you explain that discrepancy?
Yeah, and the folks out there didn't get at the top of this. Look, I grew up in small rural Nebraska, town 400, town that you rode your bike.
Proud of that service.
Out of that service. I joined the National Guard at 7, became family farmed, and then I used the GI Bill to become a teacher, Hashimoto, a young teacher. My first year out, I got the opportunity in the summer of '89 to travel to China. 35 years ago, be able to do that. I came back home and then started a program to take young people there. We would take basketball teams, we would take baseball teams, we would take dancers, and we would go back and forth to China. The issue for that was to try and learn. Now look, my community knows who I am. They saw where I was at. Look, I will be the first to tell you, I have poured my heart into my community. I've tried to do the best I can, but I've not been perfect. And I'm a knucklehead at times, but it's always been about that. Those same people elected me to Congress for 12 years. And in Congress, I was one of the most bipartisan people, working on things like farm that we got done, working on veterans benefits. And then the people of Minnesota were able to elect me to governor.
He did not answer the question.
That I'm there for the people, to make sure that I get this right. More than anything. Many times I will talk a lot, I will get caught up in the rhetoric, but being there, the impact it made, the difference it made in my life, I learned a lot about China. I hear the critiques of it. I would make the case that Donald Trump should have come on one of those trips with us. I guarantee you he wouldn't be praising Xi Jinping about COVID. And I guarantee you he wouldn't start a trade war that he ends up losing. So this is about trying to understand the world. It's about trying to do the best you can for your community. And then it's putting yourself out there and letting your folks understand what it is. My commitment was to be through teaching, which I was good at. But being a good soldier, always being a good member of Congress, those are the things that I think are the values that people care about.
just to follow up on that, the question was, can you explain the discrepancy?
All I said on this was I got there that summer and misspoke on this. So
Oh.
I will just.
Oh.
I mean, but it's dates. I mean, that doesn't matter. I mean, why would somebody?
But it does when it continues to compile. We'll go back on this one. Why it matters, because she started with it.
We're gonna have to argue about that one, because I don't think the dates of the times that he was there at the time things were happening.
He was there after it happened, and he said he was actually there when it happened. And that's a big thing, because he's been lying about his record, particularly his military record, for a long time, brother. He said he was an E8. That boy was never more than an E7. He said he went to war. He left his unit when he found out they were going to deploy. You know how we think about that, bro.
Hey, but we're gonna fact check that. Fact check that.
Yes, we can. Believe me, I'm all over that.
Sometimes, of course, I disagree with the president, but I've also been extremely open about the fact that I was wrong about Donald Trump. I was wrong, first of all, because I believed some of the media stories that turned out to be dishonest fabrications of his record. But most importantly, Donald Trump delivered for the American people. Rising wages, rising take-home pay, an economy that works for normal Americans, a secure southern border, a lot of things, frankly, that I didn't think he'd be able to deliver on. And yeah, when you screw up, when you misspeak, when you did something wrong and you change your...
That's why he's not hitting Waltz on this.
One of the reasons, Margaret, why I've done so many interviews is because I think it's important to actually explain to the American people where I come down on the issues and what changed. Now, you pointed out some of those issues from 2020. Margaret, I've been extremely consistent, but I think there are a lot of things that we could have done better in the Trump administration in the first round if Congress was doing its job. I strongly believe, and I've been a United States Senator, that Congress is not just a high-class debating society. It's not just a forum for senators and congressmen to whine about problems. It's a forum to govern. So there were a lot of things on the border, on tariffs, for example, where I think that we could have done so much more if the Republican Congress and the Democrats in Congress had been a little bit better about how they govern the country. They were so obsessed with impeaching Donald Trump, they couldn't actually govern. I want to talk about this tariff issue in particular, Margaret, because to just accuse this of being a national sales tax. Look, the one thing, and you're probably surprised to hear me praising Joe Biden, but the one thing that is he continues to summon Trump tariff in American manufacturing jobs. And it's the one issue, the most pro-worker part of the Biden administration, it's the one issue where Kamala Harris has run away from Joe Biden's record. Think about this. If you're trying to employ slave laborers in China at $3 a day, you're going to do that and undercut the wages of American workers unless our country stands up for itself and says, you're not accessing our markets unless you're paying middle-class Americans a fair wage.
Senator, your time is up. Nora, thank you. Now to the issue of reproductive rights. Governor Walz,
Oh, here we go.
you signed a bill into law that made Minnesota one of the least restrictive states in the nation when it comes to abortion. Former President Trump said in the last debate that you believe abortion, quote, in the ninth month is absolutely
Is that what you support?
Yes or no?
It's not what the bill says.
On everyone's mind. Donald Trump put this all into motion. He bragged about how great it was that he put the judges in for 2 years of personal time. And then he tells us, oh, we send it to the states. It's a beautiful thing. Amanda Zaworski would disagree with you on it's a beautiful thing. A young bride in Texas waiting for their child at 18 weeks. She has a complication, a tear in the membrane. She needs to go in. The medical care at that point needs to be decided by would have been an abortion. But in Texas, that would have put them in legal jeopardy. She went in, got sepsis, nearly died, and now she may have difficulty having children. Or even drowned. Hadley Duvall, a 12-year-old child, raped and impregnated by her stepfather. Those are horrific. Now, we got to ask about that. Senator Vance said 2 wrongs don't make a right.
My ear itches.
So in Minnesota, what we did was restore Roe versus Wade. We made sure that we put women in charge of their health care. But look, this is not what, if you don't know Amanda or Abby, usually
Project 2025.
25 is going to have a risk of pregnancies. It's going to make it more difficult, if not impossible, to get contraception and limit access, if not eliminate access to infertility treatment. For so many of you out there listening, needing treatments are why to have a child. That's nobody else's business. But those things are being proposed. And the catch-all on this is, well, the state will decide what's right for Texas might not be right for everybody. That's not how this works. This is basic human rights. We have seen maternal mortality skyrocket in Texas, outpacing many other countries in the world. This is in Minnesota, we are getting first in healthcare for a reason. We trust women, we trust doctors.
Senator, do you want to respond to the governor's claim? Will you create a federal pregnancy monitoring agency?
No, certainly we will. And I want to talk about this issue because I know a lot of Americans care about it. I know a lot of Americans don't agree with everything that I've ever said on this topic. And, I grew up in a working class family in a neighborhood where I knew a lot of young women who had unplanned pregnancies and decided to terminate these because they feel like they didn't have any other options. And, one of them is actually very dear to me. And I know she's watching tonight, and I love you. And she told me something a couple of years ago that she felt like if she hadn't had an abortion, that it would destroy her life because she was in an abusive relationship. And I think that what I take from that as a Republican who proudly wants to protect innocent life in this country, who proudly wants to protect the vulnerable, is that my party, we've got so much better of a job at earning the American people's trust back on this issue where they frankly just don't trust us. And I think that's one of the things that Donald Trump and I are endeavoring to do. I want us as a Republican Party to be pro-family in the fullest sense of the word. I want us to support fertility treatments. I want us to make it easier for moms to afford to have babies. I want us to make it easier for young families to afford a home so they can afford a place to raise that family. I think there's so much that we can do on the public policy front just to give women more options. Now, of course, Donald Trump has been very clear that on the abortion policy specifically, that we have a big country and it's diverse. And California has a different viewpoint on this than Georgia. Georgia has a different viewpoint from Arizona. And the proper way to handle this, as messy as democracy sometimes is to let voters make these decisions, let the individual states make their abortion policy. And I think that's what makes the most sense in a very big, a very diverse, and let's be honest, sometimes a very, very messy and divided country.
Governor, would you like to respond and also answer the question on restrictions?
The question got asked about Trump, maybe the accusation wasn't true. Let me tell you about this idea that they're diverse. Because when they came from it, she had to be in Georgia, a restrictive state. Because of that, she had
This is,
Listen.
they're not going to fact check this. And they quote him before he can even answer.
Pro-abortion regime anywhere in the entire world. Question is, have you changed your position?
Well, Laura, first of all, I never supported a national ban. I did during when I was running for Senate in 2022 talk about setting a minimum national standard. For example, we have a partial birth abortion ban in place in this country at the federal level. I don't think anybody's trying to get rid of that, or at least I hope not. But I know that Democrats have taken a stance. But one of the things that changed is in the state of Ohio, we had a referendum in 2023, and the people of Ohio voted overwhelmingly, by the way, against my position. And I think that what I learned from that, Nora, is that we've got to do a better job at winning back people's trust. So many young women would love to have families. so many young women also see an unplanned pregnancy as something that's going to destroy their livelihood, destroy their education, destroy their relationships. And we've got to earn people's trust back. And that's why Donald Trump and I are committed to pursuing pro-family policies, making childcare more accessible, making fertility treatments more accessible. We've got to do a better job at that, and that's what real leadership is.
Governor, your response.
I'm going to respond on the pro-abortion piece of that. No, we're not. We're pro-women. We're pro-freedom to make your own choice. We know what the implications are to not be that. Women having miscarriages, women not getting the care, physicians feeling like they may be prosecuted for providing that care. And as far as making sure that we're educating our children and giving them options, Minnesota's a state with one of the lowest teen pregnancy rates. We understand that too. We know that the options need to be available, and we make that true. We also make it, we're a top 3 state for the best place to raise children. But these two things to try and say that we're pro-children, but we don't like this, or you guys are pro-abortion, that's not the case at all. And we're pro-freedoms for women to make their choices, and we're and Kamala Harris is making the case to make options for children more affordable, a $6,000 child tax credit, but we're not going to face that on the back of making someone like Amber Thurman drive 600 miles to try and get health care.
Senator.
Let me respond to that. First of all, Governor, I agree with you. Amber Thurman should still be alive. There are a lot of people who should still be alive, and I certainly wish that she was. And maybe you're free to disagree with me on this and explain this to me, but as I read the Minnesota law that you signed into law, the statute that you signed into law, it says that a doctor who presides over an abortion where the baby survives, the doctor is under no obligation to provide life-saving care to a baby who survives a botched late-term abortion. That is, I think, what's not pro-choice or pro-abortion. That is fundamentally barbaric, and that's why I use that word, Nora, is because some of what we've seen. Do you want to force Catholic hospitals to perform abortions against their will? Because Kamala Harris has supported suing Catholic nuns to violate their freedom of conscience. We can be a big and diverse country where we respect people's freedom of conscience.
Yeah, Governor, please respond.
Please.
Yes, Governor, please respond.
Look, this is one where there's always something that this is a very simple proposition. These are women's decisions to make about their healthcare decisions, and the
Oh,
that's been that was fact checked at the last debate. But the point on this is there's a continuation of these guys.
so the answer, instead of interpreting the law and saying where he's wrong, the answer is mind your own business.
When we do a restoration of Roe, that works best. That doesn't preclude us from increasing funding for children.
Crazy eyes on this guy.
In Minnesota, they get meals, they get early childhood education, they get health care. So the hiding behind we're going to do all these other things when you're not proposing it in your budget. Kamala Harris is proposing them. She's proposing all those things to make life easier for families.
Good question, Governor. You gave me a slogan as a response.
It's not the case. It's not true. That's not what
You're
the law
not-
says. That did with President Trump.
All right, halftime. So, bro, all right, where do you want to start? Because we got about 15 minutes. I think they have like a 10, 15 minute break. And I think the first thing that we should talk about right now, and I don't want to take over shit, but T, these moderators, bro.
These moderators
When you're moderating
are,
a debate.
are horrible. They're
Well,
just like
so-
the same moderators. They're just like the same moderators in the first debate. They're leading one and discrediting the other before they answer. I think ask the question, let the candidate answer, and then go to the other candidate, let him answer, and then give facts so they can actually give their views about it, show their policy or whatever, have it about it. But
Right.
and I see what
So
you're
they can
saying.
debate them.
But I see also, and I know, Tony, you're not biased, but you have a strong.
Oh, I'm biased. I'm
standpoint
definitely
with
definitely
Trump.
partial to the
You're
right.
biased. yeah, but it's been going both directions. I seen it in both directions. I seen it
Which
a little
part?
bit stronger all the fact checking, I see it stronger towards Lance, but it's like what do you call it? The hidden agenda towards Walt. So I see it going both ways.
I gotta respectfully disagree with you on that, and I'll give you notes as to why. So I agree with you. When moderators ask a question, they're supposed they ask Walt a legit question. They'll ask him a question. They'll tell him to respond. They ask Vance a question, and they hit him with a historical quote that he's made to tie him to a position before he has a chance to respond. So now he's got to fight. Now not only does he have to answer the question, but he's got to defend a previously held position and answer the question.
Well,
That's
didn't they do that same thing? They did the same thing when about him going to China. Historical thing about 35 years ago.
Yeah, but that was more about him being able to provide a reason why I'll say lied. Why he lied, because that wasn't the first time. He's been caught saying that he went to a war zone. He was like, these are the same weapons of war that I carried. These are the same weapons of war that I carried when I was deployed. The man was never deployed. He said he deployed. He never did. For years, I'm talking not just 1, 2, 3 years, Tony, 10, 15 years. This man said he was an E8 of his command. He wasn't. He was acting in a function. Now, and you've been in the Corps. I'm Air Force E7 right now, 21 years. We all wear multiple hats when we do jobs, and a lot of times we're wearing hats of people above us, right? Like I have been. Right now I'm not in the squad leader. I'm S5, right? Which means I am plans and programs. That's the hat that I wear. I've also done personnel duty. I've done S2. I've done investigations duty. That don't make me an investigator. You know what I mean? He actually has made these claims, and he has said that's what he was. That he basically was the senior enlisted member of this shop, and he ran the shop, and he didn't. And he also, he said he deployed. Man, that boy did not deploy. Another thing that he said was, and they didn't even fact check him on this. He said before that he and his wife specifically conceived due to IVF. When Trump was saying, hey, yeah, we should facilitate IVF, and in turn we should put into law that insurance companies got to cover IVF. And he stated that he and his wife conceived via IVF. That's not true. IVF is a specific fertility procedure. And he said that he did that, but they didn't. They did a different one. And they didn't fact check him on that. We can't even get to it because it's back up, but we'll continue. The moderators, I think, are clearly on the side of Walz. What's up, Renegade?
What's up, Renegade? Y'all sit tight. I'm going to get some more water. That's what I need.
Yeah, I'm going to grab some too.
We send our kids to school with such joy and such pride at their little faces on the first day of school, and we know, unfortunately, that a lot of kids are going to experience this terrible epidemic of gun violence. And of course, our hearts go out to the families that are affected by this terrible stuff, and we do have to do better. And I think that Governor Walz and I actually probably agree that we have to do better on this. The question is just how do we actually do it? Now, here's something that really bothers me and worries me about this epidemic of violence. The gross majority, close to 90%, and some of the statistics I've seen, of the gun violence in this country is committed with illegally obtained firearms. And while we're on that topic, we know that thanks to Kamala Harris's open border, we've seen a massive influx in the number of illegal illegal gun run by the Mexican drug cartel. So that number, the amount of illegal guns in our country is higher today than it was 2.5 years ago. But what do we do about the schools? What do we do to protect our kids? And I think the answer is, and I is not loving the answer, because I don't want my kids to school and a school which feels unsafe or visible signs of security. But I unfortunately think that we have to increase security in our schools. We have to make the doors lock better. We have to make the doors stronger. We've got to make the windows stronger. And of course, we've got to increase school resource officers, because the idea that we can magically wave a wand and take guns out of the hands of bad guys, it just doesn't fit with recent experience. So we've got to make our schools safer. And I think we've got to have some common sense bipartisan solutions for how to do that.
Governor, you recommend?
Well, I think all the parents watching tonight, this is your biggest nightmare. Look, I got a 17-year-old, and he witnessed his student at a community center playing volleyball. Those things don't meet me. As a member of Congress, I sat in my office surrounded by dozens of the Sandywood parents, and they were looking at my 7-year-old on the wall, their 7-year-old dad, and they were asking us to do something. And look, I'm a hunter. I own firearms. The vice president is.
I know my water looks suspiciously like wine, but you know, what are you going to do, us Catholics and our wine?
Figure this out. In Minnesota, we've enacted background check. And when it's hard to get data, but here's the problem. We've got folks that won't allow research to be even done on gun violence. And this idea,
Research on gun violence.
here's what I do think. This is a great start to the conversation. I 100% believe that Senator Vance hates it when these gives a floor and it breaks your heart. I agree with that. That's not far enough when we know there are things that work. I've spent time in Finland and seen some big schools. They don't have to do that. They have a high gun rate in the country. There are reasonable things that we can do to make a difference. It's not infringing on your Second Amendment. And the idea to have some of these weapons out there, it just doesn't make any sense. Kamala Harris, as an attorney general, worked on this. She knows it's there. No one's trying to scaremonger and say you're taking your gun, but I ask all of you out there, do you want your schools hardened to look like a fort? Is that what we have to go when we know there's countries around the world that their children aren't practicing these types of drills? They're being killed. We owe it to them to get a fix. These are things that shouldn't be that difficult. You can still keep your firearms, and we can make a difference. We have. If you're listening tonight, this breaks your heart.
Senator?
Sam, first of all, I didn't know that your 17-year-old witnessed a shooting. I'm sorry about that. I'm not appreciative of it for our cause that music. It is awful. And I appreciate what Tim said actually about Finland, because I do think it illustrates some of the, frankly, weird differences between our own country's gun violence problem and Finland. First of all, we have way higher rates of mental health abuse or mental health.
Yes, there's underlying issues.
Anxiety. We unfortunately have a mental health country that I really do think that we need to get to the root causes of, because I don't think it's the whole reason why we have such a bad gun violence problem, but I do think it's a big piece of it. Another driver of the gun violence epidemic, especially that affecting our kids, it doesn't earn as many headlines, but is the terrible gun violence problem in a lot of our big cities. And this is why we have to empower law enforcement to arrest the bad guys, put them away, and take gun offenders off the streets. I think there's a whole host of things that we can do here, but I do think in our schools we've got to talk about more security.
Senator, thank you. Governor, you previously opposed an assault weapons ban, but then only later in your political career did you change your position. Why?
Yeah, I sat in that office with those Sandywood parents. I've become friends with school shooters. I've seen it. Look, the NRA, I was an NRA guy for a long time, but we should teach gun safety. I'm of an age where my shotgun was like it doesn't run after football practice. That's not where we live today. And the several things I on this is talking about cities and where it's at. Number one, where the most firearm deaths happen in Minnesota are rural suicides. And we have an epidemic of children shooting guns and shooting themselves. And so we have, and we should look at all the issues. Making sure folks have health care and all that, but I want to be very careful. This idea of stigmatizing mental health, just because you have a mental health issue doesn't mean you're violent. And I think what we end up doing is we start looking.
That is a good point.
With that, it's just the guns. Tony, what happens if I put just a gun somewhere?
No,
A gun don't shoot itself, bro. It's not
it
just
doesn't.
the gun.
But we got to stop. We got to stop glorifying mental health as the reason why these folks are doing things with guns.
I don't think we're glorifying it. I think we're certainly drawing attention to the idea,
Yeah, but every time somebody
which needs to happen.
but every time there's a school shooting or a massive shooting, oh, he had a mental health problem.
Yeah, they're almost synonymous with one another.
I disagree with you on that one, brother. It's plain.
That's definitely a debate we'll have. Good question, Renegade. We'll get to that too. Little Miss Phoenix.
Hey, Miss Phoenix Rising.
We can't do it at the federal level. The local folks make it easier to build those homes. And then that down payment assistance. I can tell all of you out there, one of the, certainly for me, using the GI Bill is one thing, but a veteran's home loan, the big thing about a veteran's home loan is you don't have to pay the down payment. Those are things that make it better. Now look, you're going to pay it back, and you're going to pay your mortgage. Those are things that we know in the long run, the appreciated value, the generational wealth that's created from it. And I will give Minneapolis an example. Minneapolis is the one city where we've seen the lowest inflation rates. We've seen a 12% increase in stock because we put some of these things in, and we're implementing a state program to make sure we get some of that down payment assistance. We get it back from people because here's what we know. People with stable housing end up with stable jobs. People with stable housing have their kids able to be able to get to school. All of those things in the long run end up saving our money. And that's the thing that I think we should be able to find some common ground in, but we can't blame immigrants for the only reason. That's not the case that's happening in many cities. The fact of the matter is that we don't have enough naturally affordable housing, but we can make sure that the government's there to help create that base.
Your term is up. Senator Vance, as far as your campaign position, the promise is to seize federal lands to build homes, remove regulations, provide tax breaks, and cut back on immigration, which you said pushes up prices. Where are you going to build all the new homes you're promising, and what part of any of this plan will provide immediate relief? 2 minutes.
Well, first of all, Tim just said something that I agree with. We don't want to blame immigrants for higher housing prices, but we do want to blame Kamala Harris for letting in millions of illegal aliens into this country, which does drive up costs, Tim. 25 million illegal aliens competing with Americans for scarce homes is one of the most significant drivers of home prices in the country. It's why we have massive increases in home prices that have happened right alongside massive increases in illegal alien populations under Kamala Harris leadership. Now, Tim just mentioned a bunch of ideas. Now, some of those ideas I actually think are halfway decent, and some of them I disagree with. The most important thing here is Kamala Harris is not running politics. She's the sitting vice president. If she wants to enact all of these policies, make housing more affordable, I invite her to use the office that the American people already gave her, not sit around and campaign and do nothing while Americans find the American dream of homeownership completely unaffordable. Now, you guys smarter move immediately change the equation for American citizens. If you lower energy prices, as Donald Trump says, drill, baby, drill, one of the biggest drivers of housing costs aside from illegal immigration is the gun. If the truck driver is paying 40% more for diesel, then the lumber he's delivering to the job site to build the house is also going to become a lot more expensive. If we open up American energy, we will get immediate pricing relief for American citizens, not by the way just in housing, but in a whole host of other economic goods too.
Senator Vance, you still have 23 seconds there. Do you want to answer where? We'll get to you in a moment, but Senator, where are you going to seize the federal lands? Can you clarify?
Well, what Donald Trump has said is we have a lot of federal lands that aren't being used for anything. They're not being used for national park. They're not being used, and they could be places where we build a lot of housing. And I do think that we should be opening up building in this country. We have a lot of land that could be used. We have a lot of Americans that need homes. We should be kicking out illegal immigrants who are competing for those homes, and we should be building more homes for the American citizens who deserve to be here.
Senator, your time is up.
Again,
The allegation that the vice president is
they're cueing him on what to respond to. You don't do that as a moderator.
Well, he just responded to that. He just responded to that. He said, "I
It's
thought
his
y'all are not
job
supposed to be fact."
as
I thought
the
that was not-
debater to know what points to touch on.
Exactly, but he just responded on it.
There's not a lot of federal lands in and around Minneapolis, for example. So the issue is, I don't understand the federal lands issue unless we see this, and I worry about this as someone who cares deeply about our national parks and our federal lands. Look, Minnesota, we protect these things. We've got about 20% of the world's fresh water. These lands protect. They're there for a reason. They belong to all of us. But again, this is where we do housing and commodities. If there's a chance to make money here, let's take this federal land and let's sell it to people for that. I think there's better ways to do this. We've seen it in Minnesota. We're able to refurbish some of these houses. We're able to make some investment. That gets people in. And I'm still on the fact on this economists. Senator Vance, you said you don't like the economy. Which economists are saying that it is immigrants that's adding to the cost?
Governor, your time is up. But Senator, on that point, I'd like for you to clarify there are many contributing factors to high housing costs. What evidence do you have that migrants are part of this problem?
Well, there's a Federal Reserve study that we're happy to share after it. We'll put it up on social media, actually, that really drills down on the connection between increased levels of migration, especially illegal immigration, and higher housing prices. Now, of course, Margaret, that's not the entire driver of higher housing prices. It's also the regulatory regime of Kamala Harris. Look, we are a country of builders. We're a country of doers. We're a country of explorers. But we increasingly have a federal administration that makes it harder to develop our resources, makes it harder to build things, and wants to throw people in jail for not doing everything exactly as Kamala Harris says they have to do. And what that means is that you have a lot of people who would love to build homes who aren't able to build homes. I actually agree with Tim Wolf. We should get out of this idea of housing as a commodity. But the thing that has most turned housing into a commodity is giving it away to millions upon millions of people who have no legal right to be. What are the federal regulations? I deal with this as a governor.
You can very quickly reply.
I'm sorry. I get this as a governor, and I don't necessarily disagree with that. That in some cases, many of those are local, many of them are state. I don't know which ones are federal, but I think whenever we talk regulations, people think they can get rid of them. I think you want to be able to get out of your house in a fire. I think you want to make sure that it's fireproof and those types of things. So which are the regulations? Because the vice president's not responsible for those. Congress writes those.
Governor, thank you, gentlemen.
That was a good exchange.
Mm-hmm.
Passionate about the housing crisis. But you know what? Thank you. One of the top problems facing Americans is the high cost of healthcare. Senator Vance, at the last presidential debate, former President Trump was asked about replacing the Affordable Care Act. In response, he said, "I have concepts of a plan." Since then, Senator, you've talked about changing how chronically ill Americans get health insurance. Can you explain how that would work? And can you guarantee that Americans with pre-existing conditions won't pay more? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Well, of course, we're going to cover Americans with pre-existing conditions. In fact, a lot of my family members have gotten health care. I believe, members of my family actually got private health insurance, at least for the first time, switched off of Medicaid onto private insurance for the first time under Donald Trump's leadership. And I think that, a lot of people have criticized this concepts of a plan remark. I think it's very simple common sense. I think as Tim Walz knows from 12 years in Congress, you're not going to propose a 900-page bill standing on a debate stage. It would bore everybody to tears, and it wouldn't actually mean anything because part of this is the give and take of bipartisan negotiation. Now, when Donald Trump was actually president, and again, he has a record to be proud of, prescription drugs fell in 2018 for the first time in a very long time. time under Kamala Harris's leadership. Prescription drugs are up about 7%. Under Donald Trump's entire 4 years, they were up about 1.5%. He introduced pricing transparency. You think about healthcare. You go into a hospital, you try to buy something, and nobody knows what it actually costs. That price transparency will actually give American consumers a little bit more choice, and will also drive down costs. And we talked about, the reinsurance regulations is what I was talking about. What Donald Trump has said that if we allow states to experiment a little bit on how to cover both the chronic re-ill but the non-chronic re-ill, it's not just a plan. He actually implemented some of these regulations when he was president of the United States. And I think you can make a really good argument that he salvaged Obamacare, which was doing disastrously until Donald Trump came along. I think it's an important point about President Trump. Of course, you don't have to agree with everything that President Trump has ever said or ever done, but when Obamacare was crushing under the weight of its own regulatory burden and healthcare costs, Donald Trump could have destroyed the program. Instead, he worked in a bipartisan way to ensure that Americans had access to affordable care. It's not perfect, of course, and there's so much more we can do, but I think Donald Trump has earned the right to put in place some better healthcare policies. He's earned it because he did it successfully the first time.
He tried the Reagan response.
He signed on to a lawsuit to repeal the ACA, but lost at the Supreme Court. And he would have repealed the ACA had it not been for the courage of John McCain to save that bill. Now, fast forward, what that means to you is you lose your pre-existing conditions. If you're staying at home and you got asthma,
A woman? What's that?
your coach playing football won't kick you out. Your kids get kicked out when they're 26. Kamala Harris negotiated drug prices for the first time with Medicare. We have 10 drugs that will come online, the most common ones that will be there. But look, this issue, and when Donald Trump said, I got a concept of a plan, it cracked me up as a fourth grade teacher because my kids would have never given me that. But what Senator Vance just explained might be worse than a concept, because what he explained is pre-Obamacare. And I'll make this as simple as possible because I have done this for a long time. What they're saying is, if you're healthy, why should you be paying more? So what they're going to do is let insurance companies pick who they insure, because guess what happens? You pay your premium, it's not much. They're figuring they're not going to have to pay out to you. But those of you a little older, gray, got cancer, you're going to get kicked out of it. That's why the system didn't work. Kamala Harris will protect and enhance the ACA.
Governor, thank you. Senator, you have not yet explained how you would protect people with pre-existing conditions or laid out that plan.
Look, we currently have laws and regulations in place right now to protect people with pre-existing conditions. We want to keep those regulations in place, but we also want to make the health insurance marketplace function a little bit better. Now, what Governor Walsh just said is actually not true. A lot of what happened and the reason that Obamacare is crushing under its own weight is that a lot of young and healthy people were leaving the exchanges. Donald Trump actually helped address that problem, and he did so in a way that preserved people's access to coverage who had pre-existing conditions. But again, something that these guys do is they make a lot of claims about if Donald Trump becomes president, all of these terrible consequences are going to ensue. But in reality, Donald Trump was president, inflation was low, take-home pay was higher, and he saved the very program from a Democratic administration that was collapsing and would have collapsed absent his leadership. He did his job, which is govern in a bipartisan way and get results, not just complain about problems, but actually solve them.
Governor, did enrollment under the Affordable Care Act go up under the Trump administration?
It's higher now than we see to go up. But people are using it. The system works. And the question about this, young people, whatever, that's the individual mandate piece of this. And Republicans fought tooth and nail saying, well, Americans should be free to do this. Well, then we have the individual mandate a good idea too. I think think the idea of making sure the risk pool is broad enough to cover it, and that's the only way insurance works. When it doesn't get collections, people are asking for the ACA if we get people out. Look, people know that they need to be on health care. To be there. And when we are able to make it, and we are making it this way, when we incentivize people to be in the market, when we help people who might not be able to afford to get there, and we make sure then, when you get sick and old, it's there for you. Because other people say, well, I don't want to buy into Medicare or whatever. Good luck buying healthcare once you get past 70. So look, the ACA works. We can continue to do better. Kamala Harris did that. The way she made everything better was negotiating those 10 drugs on Medicare for the first time in American history.
Thank you. I apologize. We're out of time. Let's set that to the side. Let's talk about families in America. There is a
Child care crisis.
country, and the United States is one of the very few developed countries in the world without a national paid leave program for new parents. Governor Walz, you've said that if Democrats win both the White House and Congress, this is a day one priority for you. How long should employers be required to pay workers while they are home taking care of their newborns? You have 2 minutes.
Yeah, well, that's negotiable, and that's what Congress works. But here's what the deal is. Americans setting out there right now, you may work for a big company. We're home in Minnesota to some of the largest Fortune 500 companies. Kamala Harris knows that in California. Those companies provide paid family medical leave. One is, I think they're moral and they think it's a good thing, but it also keeps their employees healthy. We in Minnesota have to pay family medical leave. You have a child, and I had to go back to work 5 days after my kids were born. This allows you to stay home a certain amount of time. What we know is that gets the child up to a better start, the family works better, we stay in their employers, we get more consistency in that. So Kamala Harris has made it a priority. We implemented it in Minnesota, and we see growth. That's how you become a pro-business. Put the negotiations on it, and here's the issue. Those big companies are able to offer it. Those of you out there who don't have it, just what happens if you get cancer or your child gets sick. We know what happens. You end up staying home. In some cases, that means no paycheck if you've got no protection on that. This is the case of an economy that Trump has said for the wealthiest amongst us. He's willing to give those tax breaks to the wealthiest. He's willing to say, bust those unions up, do whatever. What we're saying is the economy works best when it works for all of us. And so a paid family medical leave program, and I will tell you, go to the families or go to the businesses and ask them. As far as child care on this, you have to take it at both the supply and the demand side. You can't expect the most important people in our lives to take care of our children or our parents and get paid the least amount of money. And we have to make it easier for folks to be able to get into that business and then to make sure that folks are able to pay for that. We were able to do it in Minnesota, and I'm still telling you this. We were listed as the best state for a crisis on this. A federal program of paid family medical leave and help with this will enhance our workforce, enhance our families, and make it easier to have the children that you want.
Governor, your time is up. Senator, do you support a national paid leave program? And if so, for how long should employers be mandated to pay their employees while they're home taking care of their newborn? You have 2 minutes.
Yeah, well, first of all, Margaret, a number of my Republican colleagues and some Democrats too have worked on this issue. And I think there is a bipartisan solution here because a lot of us care about this issue. Well, look, I speak on this very personally because I'm married to a beautiful woman who is an incredible mother to our 3 beautiful kids, but is also a very, very brilliant corporate educator. And I'm so proud of her. But being a working mom, even for somebody with all of the advantages of my wife, is extraordinarily difficult. And it's not just difficult from a policy perspective. She actually had access to paid family leave because she worked for a bigger company. But the cultural pressure on young families, and especially young women, I think makes it really hard for people to choose the family model they want. A lot of young women would like to go back to work immediately. Some would like to spend a little time home with the kids. Some would like to spend longer at home with the kids. We should have a family care model that makes choice possible. And I think this is a very important substantive difference between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris's approach. I mean, look, if you look at the federal programs that we have to support paid family leave right now, the Community Development Block Grant, and there's another block grant program that spends a lot of money from the federal government. These programs only go to one kind of child care model. Let's say you'd like your church maybe to help you out with child care. Maybe you live in a rural area or an urban area and you'd like to get together with families in your neighborhood to provide childcare in the way that makes the most sense. You don't get access to any of these federal monies. We want to promote choice in how we deliver family care and how we promote childcare. Because look, it is unacceptable. And of course, Sam and I have been on the campaign trail a lot the past 7 or 8 weeks. And one of the biggest complaints I hear from young families is people who feel like they don't have options, like they're choosing between going to work or taking care of their kids. That is an incredible burden to put on American families. We're the only country that does it. I think we could do a heck of a lot better.
Senator, thank you. You have also said, Senator Vance, many things about the American family. The Federal Reserve says parents will spend nearly as much on child care as they do on housing each month. I want to get your thoughts on this. President Trump recently said, as much as child care is talked about as being expensive, it's relatively speaking not very expensive compared to the kinds of numbers we'll be taking in. Is President Trump committed to the $5,000 per child tax credit that you have described? In 1 minute.
Well, what Trump said, Margaret, I just want to defend my running mate here a little bit, is that we're going to be taking in a lot of money by penalizing companies for shipping jobs overseas and penalizing countries who employ slave laborers and then ship their products back into our country and undercut the wages of American workers. It's the heart of the Donald Trump economic plan. Cut taxes for American workers and American families. Cut taxes for businesses that are hiring and building companies in the United States of America, but penalize companies and countries that are shipping jobs overseas. That's the heart of the economic proposal. And I think what President Trump is saying is that when we bring in this additional revenue with higher economic growth, we're going to be able to provide paid family leave, child care options that are viable and workable for a lot of American families.
Can you clarify how that will solve the child care shortage?
Well, because as Tim said, a lot of the child care shortage, we just don't have enough resources going into the multiple people who could be providing family care options. And we're going to have to, unfortunately, we're going to have to spend more money. We're going to have to induce more people to want to provide child care options for American families. The reason it's so expensive right now is because we've got way too few people providing this very essential service.
Thank you, Senator. Governor Walz, your ticket also has some child care tax credit proposal. Do you think Congress will agree to the $6,000 credit for newborns and $3,000 credit over the age of 6, as your campaign has promised?
Well, if these members of Congress are listening, buddy, I can tell you, and this is the biggest issue. Everybody listening tonight knows. I mean, I'm sure they were shocked to be. It's not that expensive. Be clear, whether it's 5,000 or 6,000, that plays you about 3 or 4 months. Let's be clear of where we're at on this. It's because we got out of an imbalance on this. We thought we were going to get by not paying people. I don't think Senator Vance and I are that far apart. I'm not opposed to what he's talking about on options. We've done scholarship types of things. I think we need to be open to making the case. But the issue here is, the question you asked is, you're not going to pay for it with these tariffs. That's just adding another $4,000 on the family and taking less. So not only do they not get the money to pay for that, they're $4,000 in the hole. That's what it was. That's all about it. And so I think the issue here is, those members of Congress, I can't believe they're not even go to businesses. Sure, they'll talk about taxes sometime, but they will lead with child care and they will lead with housing, because we know the problems, especially in a state like Minnesota. We need more workers. The economy's growing, but we need the workforce.
Governor, thank you. We need to move on. Let's talk about the state of democracy, the top issue for Americans after the economy and inflation. After the 2020 election, President Trump's campaign and others filed 62 lawsuits contesting the results. Judges, including those appointed by President Trump and other Republican presidents, looked at the evidence and said there was no widespread fraud.
Here we go.
In the nation, Republicans and Democrats certified the 2020 election results and sent a legal slate of electors to Congress for January 6th. Senator Vance, you have said you would not have certified the last presidential election and would have asked the states to submit alternative electors. That has been called unconstitutional or illegal. Would you again seek to challenge this year's election results, even if every governor certifies the results? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Well, first of all, I think that we're focused on the future. We need to figure out how to solve the inflation crisis caused by Kamala Harris's policies, make housing affordable, make groceries affordable, and that's what we're focused on. But I want to answer your question because you did ask it. Look, what President Trump has said is that there were problems in 2020, and my own belief is that we should fight about those issues, debate those issues peacefully in the public square, and that's all I've said, and that's all Donald Trump has said. Remember, he said that on January the 6th, the protesters ought to protest peacefully. And on January the 20th, what happened? Joe Biden became the president, Donald Trump left the White House, and now, of course, unfortunately, we have all of the negative policies that come from the Harris-Biden administration. I believe that we actually do have a threat to democracy in this country. Unfortunately, it's not the threat to democracy that Kamala Harris and Tim Walz want to talk about. It is the threat of censorship. It's Americans casting aside lifelong friendships because of disagreement over politics. It's big technology companies silencing their fellow citizens. And it's Kamala Harris saying that rather than debate and persuade her fellow Americans, she wants to censor people who engage in misinformation. I think that is a much bigger threat to democracy than anything that we've seen in this country in the last 4 years, in the last 20 years. Now, I'm really proud, especially given that I was raised by two lifelong blue-collar Democrats, to have the endorsement of Bobby Kennedy Jr. and Tulsi Gabbard, lifelong leaders in the Democratic coalition. Of course, they don't agree with me and Donald Trump on every issue. We don't have to agree on every issue, but we're united behind the basic American First Amendment principle that we ought to debate our differences. We ought to argue about them. We ought to try to persuade our fellow Americans. Kamala Harris is engaged in censorship at an industrial scale. She did it during COVID. She's done it over a number of other issues, and that to me is a much bigger threat to democracy than what Donald Trump said when he said that protesters should peacefully protest on January the 6th.
Both of these brothers need some water.
Donald Trump refused to acknowledge this, and the fact is, I don't think he can be the dog in the pot with boiling water. He was very clear. I mean, he lost this election, and he said he did. 140 police officers were beaten at the Capitol that day.
Several did not later die. They're not going to fact check him on that.
In Minnesota, a group gathered on the state capitol grounds in St. Paul and said, we're marching to the governor's residence and there may be casualties. The only person there was my son and his dog, who was rushed out crying by state police. That issue, and Mike Pence standing there, but they were chanting, and Mike Pence made the right decision. So, Senator, it was a cheating. I want the kids young enough to know, and I said, as a football coach, sometimes you really want to win, but the democracy is bigger than winning an election. You shake hands, and then you try and do everything you can to help the other side win. That's what was at stake here. Now, the thing I'm most concerned about is the idea that you're christening your political opponent, already laying the groundwork for people not accepting this. And a president's words matter. A president's words matter. People hear that. So I think this issue of settling our differences at the ballot box, shaking hands when you lose, being honest about it, but to deny what happened on January 6th, the first time in American history that a president or anyone tried to overturn a fair election and a peaceful transfer of power. And here we are 4 years later in the same boat. I will tell you this, that when this is over, we need to shake hands this election, and the winner needs to be the winner. This has got to stop. It's tearing our country apart.
All right. Senator Vance, did you want to respond to that?
Look, Tim, first of all, it's really rich for Democratic leaders to say that Donald Trump is a unique threat to democracy. He peacefully gave over power on January the 20th, as we've done for 250 years in this country. We're going to shake hands after this debate and after this election. Of course, I hope that we win, and I think we're going to win. But if Tim Walz is the next vice president, he'll have my prayers, he'll have my best wishes, and he'll have my help whenever he wants it. But we have to remember that for years in this country, Democrats protested the results of elections. Hillary Clinton in 2016 said that Donald Trump had the election stolen by Vladimir Putin because the Russians bought like $500,000 worth of Facebook ads. This has been going on for a long time. And if we want to say that we need to respect the results of the election, but if we want to say, Tim Walz is saying that this is just a problem the Republicans have had. I don't buy that.
January 6th was not Facebook ads. And I think revisionist history on this. Look, I don't understand how we got to this point. But the issue was that happened.
I understand how we got to this point.
It has massive repercussions. This idea that there's censorship to stop people from threatening to kill someone, threatening to do something, that's not censorship. Censorship is food banning. We've seen that brought up. I just think for everyone tonight, and I'm going to thank Senator Vance. I think this is the conversation we want to hear, and I think there's a lot of agreement. This is one we are miles apart on. This was a threat to our democracy in a way that we have not seen, and it manifested itself because of Donald Trump's inability to say. He is still saying he didn't lose the election. I would just ask that: did he lose the 2020?
Tim, I'm focused on the future. Did Kamala Harris censor Americans from speaking their mind in the wake of the 2020 COVID situation?
That is a damning non-answer.
It's a damning non-answer for you to not talk about censorship. Obviously, Donald Trump and I think that there were problems.
Boss looks shook.
Let's talk about it further.
Man, he had that same face on his. It's just the beginning until now.
Nah, bro. He looks shook.
That's only because you're biased.
No, he
looks the same to me, bro. He's.
You want to.
I don't know on Facebook. What I do know is I see a candidate out there who refused, and now again, and this I'm pretty shocked by this. He lost the election. This is not a debate. It's not anything anywhere other than in Donald Trump's court. Because look, when Mike Pence made that decision to certify that election, that's why Mike Pence isn't on the stage. What I'm concerned about is where is the firewall with Donald Trump? Where is the firewall? He knows he can do anything, including taking an election, and his vice president's not going to stand it. That's what we're asking you, America. Will you stand up? Will you keep your oath of office, even if the president doesn't? And I think Kamala Harris would agree. She wouldn't have picked me if she didn't think I would do that. Because, of course, that's what we would do. So, America, I think you've got a really clear choice on this election of who's going to honor that democracy and who's going to honor Donald Trump.
Governor, your time is up. Thank you, gentlemen.
Yeah. They want to end it right there. All right.
That was a good
Final
that's a good
exchange.
final. Yeah.
So, Is that it? Is the debate's over, right?
I think they get their. I think they get their closing.
Oh, the
statements.
closing arguments.
Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna go back through this, but I want to say for the second half, you noticed really no fact checks on either candidate at that point. When I counted, by my count, there should have been at least 2 more fact checks, on the Democrat side. One of them being that he said several officers, that 145 officers were beaten, which I don't know if that's true or not, but he did say that several officers died afterward. That is factually incorrect. There was one death to an officer, after the events of January 6th. And those effects, that death of that officer, he died of a coronary, basically had a heart attack. His injury at the time during the riot was to the head. And there was no connection whatsoever in his autopsy between the injury he sustained on duty and his death. So for him to say that several officers were killed because of January 6th is factually incorrect, and he was not fact checked on it. The other thing was, he said that there's book banning, that you see book banning occurring. What he's talking about are the laws that were passed, for instance, in Florida, and they're talking about what they call the Don't Say Gay bill, which is not what that said at all. What the bill act, and that wasn't even the name of the bill. I can't recall the name of the bill now off the top of my head, but the bill basically stated that you could not teach or show books in elementary school, and you could not about sex-related issues, and you could not talk to children past the age or up to the age of 8 about sexual-related issues, transgenderism, homosexuality, things of that nature. And he called those, and people, I mean, so for instance, and I don't know how much you've covered this on your channel. I don't really particularly care to go into it because I don't think that talking about pornography is a good thing. But that's what some of these books, for instance, what's the main book that they keep wanting to get a hold of and get out of public schools? It's called Queer something. I can't remember. But parents have tried to read the book to members of the school board to illustrate why they don't want their children to read it or why they don't want it in their schools. And the school board stops them from reading it and cites that children are in the room. And it explicitly describes homosexual acts or just sexual acts, talking about penises, vaginas, and explicitly describing what occurs during the acts of sex. And these are books that are in the public school. Mm-hmm. And parents don't want them there. Plain and simple. And he just mentioned that as book banning, which it's not book banning. If you want to go out and buy the book elsewhere, you can. They're just saying that they don't believe that state funds should be sponsoring the purchasing of sexually explicit and pornographic material for public consumption of children in schools. And he characterized that as book banning, and they did not fact check him.
Well,
sorry, they're back right now.
Yeah, stay right there. Hey, put a question mark or by that one, and we'll come right back to it once they're done.
American carnage. And then he spent 4 years trying to maybe do that. Senator Vance tonight made it clear he will stand with Donald Trump's agenda. He will continue to push that marijuana. Excuse me. Kamala Harris gives us a different option. Now I'll have to tell you, I'm going to be careful about the quote. There's only Senator Vance said that
Mondo, what's good?
What's up, Mondo? I'll drop the link in a minute for you to come up here.
Now, I've been in politics long enough to do what Kamala Harris does when she stands before the American people and says that on day one, she's going to work on all these challenges I just listed. She's been the vice president for 3.5 years. Day one was 1,400 days, and her policies have made these problems worse. Now, I believe that we have the most beautiful country in the world. I meet people on the campaign trail who can't afford food, but have the grace and generosity to ask me how I'm doing and to tell me to pray for my family. Because we have the greatest country, the most beautiful country, and the incredible people anywhere in the world. But they're not going to be able to achieve their full dreams with the broken leadership that we have in Washington. They're not going to be able to live their American dream if we do the same thing that we've been doing for the last 3.5 years. We need change. We need a new direction. We need a president who has already done this once before and did it well. Please vote for Donald Trump. And whether you vote for me or vote for Tim Walz, I just want to say I'm so proud to be doing this, and I'm rooting for you. God bless you and good night.
Senator Vance, thank you. And thank you both for participating in the only vice presidential debate of this election cycle. I'm Margaret Brennan, and I'm your
Okay, that's really it.
I'm turning off my TV, and if a few people want to come up, y'all can. So I'm gonna ask you a few questions, and keep it kind of brief so we can get through this a little bit. Because you long-winded like a mug. First question I have for you: how did you feel about this? How did you feel about this debate? Did you? I know where your heart is. I know where you intentionally. I know where you're going to vote for. But did you feel like both candidates held their own up and on this debate?
Yeah, if I'm being perfectly honest, man, they both did a great job. Truly, I mean, they were respectful. I was expecting a little bit more mudslinging in this debate. That didn't happen. They were both extremely respectful. I really appreciate that. They stuck to the topics, to the facts. Really, really overall good debate. Truly, I am genuinely. I have quite a bit more respect for Walz's political acumen after this debate than I had of him going into it, if I'm being perfectly honest. But I do want to address something that Renegade Uncensored said, which is that this debate did not change his mind. And I agree with him wholeheartedly about who he's going to vote for, right? It didn't change my mind about who I'm going to vote for either. And I think that is probably true for the majority of the people watching this debate. However, I do think that there's still inherent value to this debate, and I'll tell you why. Because this debate wasn't about, people don't vote, right? They don't look at the vice presidential ticket and determine who they're going to vote for based on the freaking vice presidential ticket. Let's be honest, right? The vice president, the highest weight that comes with that office is that the vice president is the tie splitting vote in the House. And that's a big, and the succession, right? Because due to the 25th Amendment, the succession to the White House. I get that. But generally speaking, I don't think a lot of people are going to be like, hey, the vice president is going to change my mind who I'm going to vote for. I was about to vote for Kamala, but damn, he picked JD Vance. Now I'm going with Trump. It's not like that. But back to what Renegade Uncensored said is that it doesn't change his mind. But what both of the presidential candidates, in my opinion, and this is a whack at both of them, they have both, in my opinion, failed to really identify who they are as candidates in this race. Now, for the most part, people already know who Donald Trump is. We had him as a president for 4 years. He's been the same freaking dude since 1985. He ain't changing much, right? And you know what his policies and all that stuff is like. So you more or less know who Trump is. The media's pretending we don't know who Kamala Harris is, even though she's been in politics since, you know, the early 2000s, and she's been our vice president for 3 years. She's seemed to have really somehow been able to like recreate who she has been in politics. It's like the only thing she talks about is who she was from the time she was AG to the time that she was a senator. And then we don't talk about her as VP at all. And then now all of a sudden she's this new candidate with new policies. That's kind of the issue that I have. So she hasn't been defined. I feel like what this debate was about for both candidates was redefining their running mates. JD's job was to redefine, or not redefine, but to define Kamala Harris as who she is in politics, which even left-leaning media outlets agree she was the most liberal and left-leaning senator by far while she was senator, you know, as a classman. T, go ahead and shoot Mondo the link.
It's in the chat, bro.
Oh, you did? It's in the chat.
Hold on real quick, T. It's in the in the group chat.
Oh, it's in the group chat.
Yeah.
So I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought. But so JD, his job was to really identify and define Kamala, which I think he did a decent job of doing. I don't think he did the best job, but he did a decent job. And you know, the hard part for Walz is to define Trump, which he did his damnedest to do. And quite frankly, so did the moderators in a couple spots. Now, listen, I will say about the moderators, that's my biggest beef is the moderators. He's on his laptop, bro. Just send it to him on his laptop because he's saying he don't got it. Mondo still don't got it. But so if we can, I'd like to shift topics to that, because I think honestly it got better in the second half. But I think that first half, bro, that was damn near unacceptable. It wasn't as bad as the Trump debate, but it was damn near unacceptable. Second half was a little bit better, but there was zero fact checks on the Democrat side of the aisle. They fact checked JD Vance, by my count, 4 times. 4 times. You could chalk that up to, well, hey, go ahead.
No, I was just saying, I in my account, I did get 4 to 5 to Vance and 2 and a P. 2 and a
What you mean by that? What you mean by that, though?
Like, they tried to, they did fact check him 4 times, Vance 4 times, and then 2 times they did throughout the whole debate.
So it wasn't.
But I don't think that it was. I think that they did more towards Vance than they did towards to Walz on that. I do agree with you on that.
Yeah, 100%. So one of the ones that was kind of like a soft fact check, she hit him with. The moderator had the final say, which, in my opinion, moderator is not supposed to have the final say, brother. They're just not.
They're not supposed to have say at all.
Correct. But as you can see, they did though. You can't look at that debate and say moderators didn't have a say. The moderators had a say. I hear you acknowledge that. But like, for instance, when she turned around, she was like, and then she made a statement about climate change as a fact check and then dipped out. Yeah, QT. Mondo, it's crazy, bro. I lost my voice in the middle of the night and now I got this. Well, I don't know what this is all about, man. And I apologize, but I'm still I'm trying to eke it out. I just got the mic a little closer.
Listen, go get yourself one glass of Jameson and let that work. Are you drinking wine?
I was already drinking wine, babe.
Oh,
You ain't about to stand between a Catholic and his wine. I'll tell you that.
Hey, you right.
I
You
get
right.
my glass
you
tonight.
right. You right. Armando, Armando, how do you feel about the candidates, and did they answer all the questions and made you feel good about the answers of the questions?
Let me salute Big T, Lil T, Sniper, aka Sniper. Salute to the chat.
Amen.
Speaking as an independent, okay, and Big T, I don't know how you're gonna take this. Okay, I don't know how you're gonna take this now. Speaking as an independent,
I love you, bro.
Well-
We agree to disagree. We cool.
okay, what a lot of us are thinking, and what a lot of and you'll see later on tonight when they start speaking to the focus group.
Mhm.
We're saying to ourselves, if that man was at the top of the ticket, Vance would get my vote. If he was at the top of the ticket,
I respect that.
and I'll go as far as saying, Big T, we've seen a future president. I could see Vance winning the White House later on down the line, whether it be 2032 or 2036. He's young. He's a young cat.
Mhm.
So
Yeah, he's 40 years old.
we seen tonight a future president. I was surprised. The man brought it tonight. That was a good debate. I think it was dead even tie. But I was surprised. I did not think that Vance would do that well. But a lot of independents are thinking to themselves, wow, this man should have been at the top of the ticket. I'll go as far as saying, if it was a Vance Haley ticket, Vance and Nikki Haley, man, they would win by a landslide, hands down. They would blow Kamala and waltz out the water,
I think
hands down.
I don't know, sir. That's a tough sell considering Haley's her past. Not her past, like she's done anything wrong, but her numbers with voters in the past. I mean, she barely made it through the primary, and Trump never even debated her.
Well, that really wasn't a real primary. We were deprived on both sides of a primary. We did not get a primary, man, on either side. Because if we would have got a real primary, honestly, it would have been a Haley.
Hey, at least
Shapiro.
Republicans had a primary.
Well, yeah, but it wasn't real. It was
I'll tell you that, but I'll tell you that.
it was it was for show. It was for show.
Mhm.
Let's keep it real. No one was going against Trump on the Republican side, and no one was going against Biden on the Democratic side. It was a coronation. 2024 was a coronation when it came down to the primaries, just like 2012. It was a coronation.
Yeah.
Quick, 'cause I'm
Now,
gonna
as an
question.
independent, sorry, real quick, I just want to retort to that real quick. As an independent, because I think you're absolutely like, as an independent, I think, or I'm not an independent, right? But I think if I were to put my place objectively in the shoes of an independent, truly, the state of politics right now is we push to the extremes on really both sides. Because if America really got the candidates they deserve, it would be someone like a JD Vance, right? On the right, it would be somebody else, like
Shapiro.
on the left, or a Mr. What was the gentleman's name? RFK Jr. on the left. When he tried to run on the left, you had a problem with RFK Jr. on the left.
Yeah, man, he has some baggage, bro. You might want to do some. I don't have that much time to. You want to do some. Anytime
Okay.
your own family don't deal with you, there's something up with you. When your own family don't even want to deal with you, so it's
That man had some bit just because his name is Kennedy.
What
Don't make him
like what though? Because I mean, he was a well respected attorney, very well read on his history and his topics. He speaks eloquently. I don't see. I mean, what problem as an independent do you have with RFK policy? I mean, I don't want to get too far into that because you're right. That is a whole nother topic. You know, maybe we just leave it there because that's a whole nother topic, I think. But my general point is this: like you said, is if what you say is true, that this is a coronation, and I'll stipulate that it is true that this is a coronation on both sides. That we knew Trump was going to be the running mate, and you knew that they wasn't going to let nobody else but Biden be the running mate on their side. If we stipulate that to be true, that this is a coronation.
Kind of like 84 and 2020 and 2012. Those years were coronations.
Right. Well,
on both sides.
What is the tipping point then for an independent voter to go left or right? What is the issue during this election that would make an independent voter shift for one over the other?
Okay, can I answer that question? Can I answer that question I want to ask you a question that I meant to ask you last night that we ran out of time.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Suppose you need an accountant, someone to manage your money. Okay, you come into some millions, you need someone to manage your money. Okay. All right. And I come to your office and apply for this job. Okay. Fill out the application and everything. And then when I leave, you run a background on me and you find out I have a felony. Are you going to hire me?
Is it a violent felony or a blue collar felony?
Felony is a felony, brother. Are you going to hire me?
Well, there's a whole. Well, okay, I see what you're saying.
Now you got other people that apply that don't have a felony.
So hold up, that is a.
I'm just saying.
Hold on. How about this? I will answer that question with: did the statute of limitations pass on the crime that you committed, but you were prosecuted anyway?
I just got convicted a couple of months ago. Like I think like 4 or 5 months ago.
But the crime you committed,
Sniper.
But the crime,
maybe like 4 or 5 months ago. I caught the felony about 4 or 5 months ago.
Because it's an unfair analogy, and I'll tell you why. The crime, the felony that Donald Trump was convicted of, there was a law put in place the prior year that only stood for 1 year to say that the statute of limitations did not apply to those crimes for the following year. And the woman who was attorney general of that state in New York, they set that law in place, then prosecuted, she ran, that AG ran on the promise that she was going to convict Donald Trump, ran on the promise that she was going to convict him. And that's public record. She said it out loud multiple times. So that's why, and the statute of limitations on the so-called crime that he committed had already passed, but they passed a law the previous year to allow for the conviction of the crime that already had a statute of limitations passed on him. So my question to you is, if I'm going to hire you and I know about your case and I say, that's why I say, did the statute of limitations on your crime pass? Meaning, first of all, was it a violent crime or was it a blue collar crime? Because if it was rape, nah, bro, you're not coming anywhere near my business. If it was murder, you're not coming anywhere near my business. If it was larceny, petty larceny, maybe. Speeding tickets, maybe. Domestic violence, people have family issues. Drugs, weed back in the day, like Kamala Harris prosecuted black men for when she was AG in California, maybe. I might hire you. I'm actually of the opinion that you don't even necessarily have college degrees for jobs in my business. I'm in technology primarily. I want certifications, results. I need engineers. I need people who can work, who can do things, who have technical skills. I don't care if you got a degree. I care if you can do the job, if you have experience, if you have technical skills. So my answer is it depends on a lot of things. But what you're trying to do is you're trying to draw you're trying to draw a parallelism to somebody who's a convicted felon and of a severe crime. And what I'm saying about Donald Trump is you had a judicial system in the DOJ and in the state of New York that was completely and totally weaponized to make this man a criminal, to make him. Donald Trump had been a public citizen in the United States. How old is he? That man wasn't even, he didn't even come close to being considered a criminal until he became a Republican.
Okay, now Big T. Now let just mute up for a minute. Let me have
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, all right now. And I'm glad you went through all of that to prove your case for Trump. And it goes back to what I was saying in one of our debates, Sniper. When it comes to the justice system and when it comes to politics, it's all about who we like. Because all of us up here, all four of us, if any of us had a felony on our record and tried to go apply for a job, and there's other people applying for that same job with clean records and the same credentials, the man behind the desk or the woman behind the desk is not finna waste their time going through, well, what kind of felony was it? What did you do? What time did it? Well, is it bad? Is it good? Statute of limitations? They ain't finna go through all of that. And come on, keep it real. They're not finna go through all of that. They're not.
No.
It's all about who you like. If Obama would have had a felony on his record, tell the truth, Sniper. Come on now, Sniper. If Obama would have had a felony on his record, bro, they would have raked him through the coals. They would have raked him through the coals. That's why I'm saying the people, and they were nitpicking this man because he was cool with Bill Ayers, who was a convicted fella. All right, so they were trying to tie him to Bill Ayers. Now, fast forward 16 years later, the guy they like has a felony, and they're defending that statute of limitation.
I gotta jump in here.
Let me get here, fellas.
Wait.
Heartbeat.
You sure you want to do this under with me? Come on now.
Hey, I want to say this right here. I want to say this right quick. That lady that Attorney General that you were talking about earlier, she did not convict him. It was another lawyer that convicted him on some other charges. That's why he got them felonies.
The Attorney General has plenary power.
No. That was a
Attorney General has plenary power.
Different city. That was a different city. Go look it up. Go look it up. It was a different city.
Hey, listen. Everybody meet up real quick. Hey, we're going to respect each other. We're going to listen to each other, and we're going to let each other speak. Okay, just let's keep it that way because I want to hear everybody's points of view, and we'll go from there. Go D2. Go ahead.
Yeah, it was a man. I forgot what city in the state of New York convicted him of them felonies. It wasn't the one that the Attorney General you were thinking about was trying to convict him of. It was something else. See, although the state Attorney General got a say, but she didn't have a say in what the other guy was doing to him. So that's why he got that felony. I guarantee you, if all four of us got a felony, we wouldn't be able to run for doggone office. A felony should not be president of the United States.
So
he should be locked up. And another thing is that when that last question that moderator asked, and Walls asked him about the election that Trump lost, Vance didn't answer that question. It was a yes/no question.
I'm sorry, say that again. Which one didn't he answer?
So basically, he was. So basically, what he was saying was that that Vance didn't answer the question about Trump losing the case. Now, listen, we know who Trump is, and the man doesn't like to lose at all. But the thing that I think that yes, you make your point. If you think it was rigged, if you think that, and Tony and I have sat down and looked at was state of Arizona when they had dead people voting. I think that's what we was talking about, right, T?
Mm-hmm.
So, but it goes back there. Hey, T, respond back to D Truth about what happened in New York.
I want to respond to D Truth about New York, but first I want to just address really the overall premise of this question that Armando is presenting, which is so about whether or not I would hire somebody with a felony, because I do not think it's an apt comparison, meaning that this would have to be if you want to make it right, dollar, if you want to make it 1 for 1, Mondo, it would have to be that I hired you previously when you didn't have a felony. You came to work for me for a contracted period of time. In that period of time, people did not like you, sought you out, convicted you of a felony to the best of their ability with the mechanized systems of the structures of government in place, gave you a felony, made you come, then you came back and applied for the job the second time. That would be a more apt description. It's not like Donald Trump had any felonies when he walked up to be president in 2020, because he didn't. That man was given felonies because they searched for them, because they weaponized systems of the Department of Justice and every locale that he had a business or property in. That man was hit with every kind of case from, things that even Bill Clinton did in the past, that Joe Biden had boxes of classified papers in his garage, and they literally let him go because they basically just said the man was senile. The Clinton sock drawer tapes, that man kept classified information literally in his sock drawer. And that was years before Trump. Federal judges threw that out. President has plenary power over classified information. And then they turn around and change laws in locales that he previously did business in New York City, and change laws to make it available for him to be prosecuted. So to go 1 for 1, I'm just saying that now, and I see your friend, but to get back to D Truth, that attorney general in New York, I will stand by that. I don't know her name off the top of my head, but I would love to delve into that with you. The attorney general who ran for AG in New York is the one who said she ran on the promise that she was going to prosecute Donald Trump. She has plenary authority over who her prosecutors prosecute. That prosecutor, you're right, it was different than the AG, but that AG prosecuted Trump for inflating what they call, which, by the way, this is something every freaking business does. Not every business, but a lot of businesses do, particularly in real estate. Inflating his prices, making his overall properties worth more than they were to sell them at a profit. And that's what they prosecuted him for. 34 felonies, 34 different convictions. It was argued to be a clerical error that was past the statute of limitations, that could have been argued and fined. And it has been in the past for other people in his position, but because he's Donald Trump and he was a previous Republican and they wanted to politically persecute him, they gave that man a felony. Go ahead, Mondo. I'm sorry. I'm done.
Armando.
Okay, now on that note, I agree with you. There are a number of presidents that should have been locked up. Let's go down the list. I feel like Kennedy should have been locked up because his ties, family
Mafia.
ties with the mob. Okay.
Yeah.
Nixon should have been locked up, of course. Bill Clinton definitely should have been locked up. Hell, he should have been locked up before he even ran for president. So hey, I agree with you on that, but that does not usurp the facts.
What about Biden?
This man, it doesn't usurp the fact that this man has a felony. And you
should Biden have been locked up for what he did for receiving money through his son and exporting that money from places like China and Russia and taking a cut of the money? Is
there solid concrete evidence.
It was absolutely proven through
Okay.
through documents and messages on the laptop that, by the way, the FBI helped social media cover up and say was was Russian disinformation. Yes,
Okay, so explain to me why a Republican-led Congress haven't, took a vote to have him impeached.
They literally went, because even if they did, first of all, they've been attempting to pursue him legally, right? Which they did with as I noted before, with the classified documents in his in his possession. And the special investigator that was assigned literally said that that ultimately his cognitive faculties would be or are such that he would not, that he doesn't have in what legal terms is considered, it was called corpus mentis. So he doesn't have, like, he's basically unable to stand trial. That ultimately anybody would err on his side because he's old. I mean, he forgot things like the date of his son's death. He forgot where he was on particular days and times that a reasonable person would be expected to remember. What he did with classified information at particular times. And I mean, this dude was slammed for it by Democrat congressmen and senators in the House and in the Senate, because if they didn't like the language that he used, making President Biden look as if he was senile, which we now know to be true, which is why the man got ousted. And he and like you said, coronated and palace cooed out of his position and put this woman in his spot to run.
I think,
and we're not talking about that. We are not talking about that.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I think both of them have some type of health issue. I mean, you look at Trump in that last debate with Kamala. There's something like early signs of dementia or something. I think it's Parkinson's with Biden, but with Trump, I see early signs of dementia. I've been around people and I know the signs, bro. It's early. If he has
early signs of dementia, though, how has he been able to continue to run for president? Where as opposed to the Democrat Party has completely removed their candidate because it was explicitly viewed during a debate, that man just shut down and died on stage, figuratively.
That's what I said. That's why I said early signs.
And I get what you're saying about.
I really think both of them are too old. They are too freaking old. Let's
right.
That's another thing. Okay, because y'all use the age card. Okay, against Biden. Both of them.
No, I'm not using the age card. I'm using just the obvious mental faculty card.
Look, let me land the plane. Let me land the plane. Both of them are too old, in my opinion. That's one of my main problems. I don't like neither one of them. Neither one of them should be running because they are too damn old. You need someone around the age range of Waltz and Vance.
Yeah, I think we looked it up earlier. It was like the average age is like 54 or something like that, and and all of a sudden we're now like in the 80s.
I'm just saying, they're too old.
Yeah,
this man is too old. I mean, I don't see him getting through 4 years without any type of serious health issue. If he was elected, definitely, I don't think Biden would have made it through another 4 years.
No. But back to go ahead.
So it's just so many reasons, man. The problem when it comes to the independents, bro, is the top of your ticket. The top of your ticket. It's more, and let me just ask you this. Now, let me just ask you this. Independents are going to sit back and they're going to think, am I better off today than I was 4 years ago in October of 2020? Am I better off today in October of 2024 than I was in October of 2020. Let's look at how this country was in October of 2020. Just look at what state of our country was in October of 2020. And a lot of MAGA folks like to say, well, there was the pandemic. There was a pandemic. It happened under his watch. Big T, if you have to fly out the country, okay, and you trust me to keep your house, okay, and I leave to go to the store, go to the gym or something, and I accidentally forget to lock your house up, and some vandals come by and vandalize your house, and you come home and you say, dang, Armando, what the hell happened to my house? And I say, well, hey, it happened while I was gone. No, it happened under my watch. So therefore, you have every right to blame me because it happened under my watch. So this notion that we should give him a pass for 2020, that year, we just count 17, 18, 19, and we forget about 20. It happened under his watch.
Okay, to be fair though, then to be fair, then let's see. So his presidency went from 2016 to 2020, right?
No. He got inaugurated in January of 17. So you got to start 17,
right, so
18, 19
to 2020 to 2020. Right. Okay. So 2017 to 2020. So that was his presidency. In 2020, when COVID hit, the economy got bad.
Terrible.
Right. And so that's and that time from when COVID hit the United States of America to the time that COVID got bad, or to the time the economy got bad, is about a third of his presidency, right? So you would say that according to what you're saying, which I agree with you, he's got to take responsibility for what happened in his office. So a third of his presidency, that economy was absolutely terrible, as you just said. What about the other 3 years?
That ain't how the world works, Big T. And let me explain to you.
Hold on a second. But hold on. No. Let me finish this though, because if you're
go ahead, you finish it. Then let me give me some time to explain my point.
Because what you just said is, if you're going to give him the blame for the time where things went wrong, you got to be ready to give him the credit for when things went right. That's all I'm saying. I'll let you go.
Okay. All right.
Keep it short and sweet.
No, you got to give me some time, bro, because you've been giving him a whole lot of
Man, I just gave you 5
All right,
minutes.
so
let him go.
When you give me 5 minutes?
Just when you was on that last field right there.
Keep it down the middle, bro. Come on, or pull a time out or something. Now,
I got other questions I got to ask.
I understand that. I'm not gonna take anything away from his first 3 years. His first 3 years, just like I would never take anything away from George H. May he rest in peace. His first 3 years were immaculate. The economy was good.
Bill Clinton too.
89, beautiful. 90,
90, yep.
91. Yeah, let me land the plane. 91 led us to a war, went over there, kicked ass, and brought the troops home safely. Desert Storm. Kudos. But 92 was a disaster. 92, we had a little inflation. 92, the economy hit rock bottom. 92, people were getting laid off all over the country. 92 was a disaster. And unfortunately, it happened under his watch. And just like it happened under his watch,
George Bush, yes,
he paid the price in that election in November. And that's what got him up out of office. So this is not the first time that
George H.W. Bush served 2 terms.
No. Senior only served 1.
Oh yeah, George H.W. Yeah, I'm sorry, 1 term. Yeah,
the economy got bad.
Then the other one served 2. Yeah,
the economy started getting bad around the latter part of 91. 92 was just terrible
because of his spending. I agree.
Exactly.
I agree.
So
I agree.
Hey.
But by that logic though, spending, Can I? Oh, I don't want to cut you off. Go ahead. T, you tell me.
No,
if I
I'm
can go.
done. I'm done.
Okay.
Go ahead.
If by that logic though, right, and I agree with you, that is exactly what happened. I can't deny that. Spending, if spending is the issue, spending is on the rise. Which candidate is proposing less spending? Trump is talking about bringing RFK and Elon into the government to find inadequacies in spending and cut programs, because that's the only way we're really going to get out of deficit, brother. That's the only way. Kamala Harris is not talking about cutting spending. She's talking about expanding social programs. That's more spending. And she's been open and honest about that in her left-leaning policies. So how do you address that?
I'm going to be honest with you. And let me be totally honest with everybody here, okay? Neither of the candidates is going to say this out loud, so I'm going to go ahead and say it out loud. A person would have to be very gullible to believe that a president could come in and in 4 years just turn everything around. No president in American history has ever been able to do that. It really honestly takes 2 terms. When Roosevelt came into office, we were in a Great Depression.
Yep.
And he had great ideas. He had the New Deal, and none of it took effect until like toward the end of his second term, which was like right before World War II.
Yep.
38. That's when America started feeling the economy, and the New Deal started. We started to see a difference. Okay. No president can do it in one term. All right. Obama, he needed both terms. Even Bill Clinton, and in my lifetime, had the best economy, but it did not happen in his first term. We didn't start seeing that surplus until like 97, toward the end of 97. So they can sell us all the champagne wishes and caviar pipe dreams, brother. Okay?
Yeah.
But in real life, all right, now all that sounds good. It sounds good, but in real life, you need more than one term.
I agree.
To get the economy to where you want it to be. Barring there's not a war. And see, that's going to be the issue for whoever wins, especially after what happened today. Iran.
Oh, yeah. Israel.
30, 40 years of saying what they going to do. They finally did it today. So one of them is gonna catch hell. So they're gonna have to be dealing with a war and trying to maintain an economy. So that's asking a lot, bro, from either one.
Can I go ahead?
Hey,
I do want to hit back on that, but I'm gonna wait. Go ahead.
Yeah. I noticed that neither candidate talked about education. Education is very important, and as we know, this country is not in the top 5 of education. How do y'all feel about that?
I want to address that, but I think D-Truth did have something else he wanted to say, and I don't want to skip him, man. I don't want to pass him up. We're breaking the cipher. He was wanting to say something. I want to get back to him real quick.
D-Truth sleep. He got to work early in the morning. The old man can't stay up late.
You sure about that?
Oh shit, he's still there.
But I'm gonna say this right here. No reason you said about education. The moderator didn't ask that question, so that take care of that. That is that right there.
That's sad. They didn't ask a question about education. That's sad.
I'm gonna say this right here. Back to what you talking about, the state attorney general. State attorney general do not have nothing to do with the district attorney. The district attorney that prosecuted Trump, that gave him the felony, was the district attorney for Manhattan. District attorney Briggs.
No, Letitia James. I'm talking about Letitia James.
Now,
New York.
I want to talk about Letitia James. It Briggs, Manhattan District Attorney. Letitia James is the state, New York State Attorney General. She don't have nothing to do nothing with the district.
Letitia James, she does. Letitia James
Knock it out. They're two separate intervals. Go look it up.
New York Attorney General Letitia James. The New York Letitia James was. I'm looking at it right now. Letitia James is the New York Attorney General that accused Trump, his two adult sons, of inflating their value of over $2 billion. This is where that's the New York civil case where he received 36 felonies.
You didn't hear what I just said, did you? I said that this attorney Manhattan prosecuted him on some others, not that what Letitia James would try to prosecute him on.
But that's
which was in Manhattan.
But the case that he received his felonies, there were 91 charges brought against him, and 36 he was convicted of, and Letitia James is the attorney general in charge of the prosecutor that charged him.
No, she's not, because the district attorney and state attorney general are elected from two different entities.
But he's kind of reading that right now, bro.
Hey, I read it. I know this stuff. I already read it. That's why I said what I said. I don't say nothing unless I know it.
Yeah. So, Judge Aragorn.
The district attorney not work for the state attorney general.
He looking at it right now, bro. He reads.
No, this is what I said. The district attorney does not work for the state attorney general.
Be true, but he's actually reading.
I don't look at it. I don't look at it. I know what he reads.
All right,
I know what he reads. I don't read it. I studied this. Go look at district attorney Briggs. Go look it up. He do not work for the state attorney Letitia.
So you're saying that the district? I'm sorry. So the question is, does the district attorney, and what's his name?
Briggs.
And the question is, does the district attorney Briggs work for the attorney general Letitia James?
No, he don't. He worked for the district that Manhattan, that who elected them. She worked for the whole state of New York.
Right. So,
but he do not work for her. He worked for the city of Manhattan.
Okay.
Which is the district attorney.
Yes.
She got attorneys that work under her at the state attorney general's office. Like he got attorneys to work under him at the district attorney's office.
Alvin Bragg? Is that you're talking about Alvin Bragg?
Yeah. He don't work for her.
He's the district attorney
I know.
Of Manhattan.
Yeah.
So okay.
He's the one that gave her them felonies, not her. She's still working on that case.
So the way that and I could be wrong about this, but so in the United States, in the federal court system, right, you have federal district attorneys, right? There are federal districts, and these attorneys.
But he's not federal. He's not federal.
I know that, but the federal system is structured the same way as the state system, and vice versa. So if she's in charge of the whole state, of all the prosecutions in the state, how is it that even though he's elected as attorney general in that, as district attorney in that state, how does he not answer to her as the attorney general for the whole state? She is, as attorney general, you are the head lawyer for the whole state.
I'm gonna tell you why. Because attorney general go overturn anything anybody else does. In the prosecutor.
No, attorney generals can't overturn things. That's a judge's job.
Yes, can.
That's a judge's job.
I'll tell you why. District attorney is for that district.
Yes,
you see what I'm saying?
Yes.
And with a district attorney, he prosecutes what's in that district, which Trump got charged for.
You're saying that there was no coordination whatsoever between the lead attorney of the state and the lead attorney of the district within that state, that there was no coordination whatsoever?
Nope. Nope.
Hey, don't listen. Listen. Hey, D-Truth, listen. It's not the district attorney's job, and you're talking to somebody who's into law enforcement and has a law enforcement degree or criminology degree. The judge is the only one that can overturn anything.
You know what I mean. Hey, well, you know what I mean when I say that. But the bottom line is, the district attorney do not work for the state attorney general. Bottom line. So the district attorney does not have nothing to do with what the state attorney general is doing.
I can tell you this:
it's like
a district attorney. Go ahead.
And of your being the chief of police, and you are in charge of everything when it comes to the attorney general.
A district attorney is not going to bring forth a case that is not blessed by the attorney general. Period. They not.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are.
No.
And if they do, it'll be the end of their. If they do, it'll be the end of their career.
I'll tell you why. If a prosecutor, I don't care, state, local, district, I do not care. If that prosecutor feel like they got a case, they're gonna bring the case forward. They do not have to go through the state attorney general to bring that case forward.
Yes, it's basically called a chain of command, D-Truth.
They don't have to.
They
don't have to.
No.
Hey.
You're not. Hey, D-Truth, hold on. You're not going to move the goalpost on this one, because right now you're fighting that the earth is square, and we all know it's oval. The attorney general is the dirty. Listen, the man just read it to you, and it is. We're going to move on.
Don't worry, I'm laughing. No, I'm laughing. Because he just read with the state attorney general, right? Y'all cannot comprehend that a district attorney don't have to work for the state attorney general.
And nobody says it works for him, but he can't just jump to the top of the chain, the food chain, and say, I want to bring this case to you.
Oh, yes, he can. If he got
hold on.
I'm asking a question. You
are not gonna move this. You're not gonna move this goalpost, not one bit. Nope. Sorry. I'm sorry.
This is a very good point right here. So, in other words, for attorney to bring a case to somebody who they got dead to right, they gotta go through the state attorney general, right? That's what you're saying.
The attorney general is the head, is damn near the all be all when it comes to. No. There's
no question. There's no question. So every prosecutor got to go through the state attorney general, right?
Can a state attorney take something straight to the Supreme Court?
Gotta ask my question.
Are you asking me?
Yeah, that's my question. Yes or no? Every prosecutor got to take that case to the state attorney general.
So, like he said, they are both elected positions. I'm not disputing that. My point is that there, as Tony said, there's a hierarchy or a chain of command. Alvin Bragg is in charge of all the cases brought forth in his district. In his district is Manhattan, and because Trump's businesses were in Manhattan, he is the one who handles the case or has a team of lawyers to handle the case, right? But at the end of the day, he has to answer to the head lawyer, the attorney general of his state, which is Letitia James. If he were to lose that case or win the case, he would have to answer to Letitia James. Hey,
not necessarily. He had to answer to his constituents who elected him.
Certainly. But again,
you can't
because these are both elected positions. Because these are both elected positions, and they're both outspoken Democrats. If you mean to tell me that these two individuals are in no way on the same page or in coordination about their cases and about their accusations and their convictions, I think that's extremely naive to believe that these individuals who align politically and are elected and are in charge of prosecutions in the state and in the district are not in any way in coordination. I think that's extremely deliberately, willingly naive.
Not really, because there's a whole lot of district attorney general don't know what's going on in the districts.
That is
And
absolutely
two,
untrue.
I'm telling you what really naive though. I'm telling you what really naive. They keep saying Letitia James, this right here, when she did not prosecute the man and give that man that felony, which it was the attorney that convicted that man. You see what I'm saying?
No, I didn't hear you say that last part again.
I said it's kind of naive to say Letitia James and him. They said she kind of like make it seem like she convicted that man, which she didn't.
She ran on the promise. She's
I know what you ran on. I know what you ran on.
Letitia James ran on the promise that she was going to convict Donald Trump before they even investigated him. Now that would be like that would be like an attorney general or a district attorney in your district saying, "Hey, I know this D Truth dude. I've seen where he works. I know what he did. I'm running as a district attorney, and I promise to my constituents he will be convicted of a crime."
Yeah, but the thing is, she did not convict him. You see what I'm saying? The district attorney convicted him and got him them felonies, not the state attorney general. So that's all I'm trying to clear up right there. So we won't have people thinking, "Oh, know what I'm saying?" So they won't be thinking that it's the district attorney, not the state attorney general, that got the ex-president convicted. It was the district attorney, not the state attorney general.
I don't know where else to take it. I'm just gonna have to respectfully disagree, and I don't know how else I can put it. In my position as law enforcement in the DOD, we don't have districts or anything like that, right? So we don't have that. But what we do have are judges and juries of peers. We have an ADC, which is an Area Defense Council, and we have investigative bodies like Air Force OSI, Air Force Office of Special Investigations, and the IG Inspector General. They all work in similar fashion, and there's a hierarchy and a chain. And I can tell you that if the ADC or the Inspector General want to bring a case against a military member for a violation of the Uniform Code of Military Justice, those charges are drawn up at the lowest level of the attorneys who are going to bring forth the case. They are put all the way up the chain to the highest ranking attorney to ensure victory in the case. I have a hard time believing that if that's the process in the military, that is also not the process in the state of New York.
Yeah, look at it. Everything I go to chain of command in the military, because I was there. I was in there. So I know how that works. But I don't think that worked in this situation. Because that's the case, every prosecutor had to work case up the chain to the state attorney general's office, get a prosecution so they go forward with it.
But in a sense like this, there's always going to be a chain. There's going to be a hierarchy. There's going to be the district can't just override the attorney general.
Well, how about this? How about this, D? I'm willing to stipulate. If you're willing to stipulate, right? If you're willing to admit that Donald Trump, the charges that he was convicted of were past the statute of limitations in the state, if you're willing to stipulate that, I'm willing to stipulate that there was no communication or coordination between the district attorney of Manhattan and the attorney general of the state. Are you willing to stipulate that?
No, I'm not, because I don't know what the stipulation was. I don't know when. Because you don't know what. Yeah, I'm saying. I said that. I said what? I said no. When I said that, we don't know when the charge was brought forth.
We
don't know when they started investigating. Well, we don't know when they started investigating. See what I'm saying?
Yes, we do.
When?
Right here in this BBC article. Hold on.
British Broadcasting Communication Network. Come on, man.
Hold on. No. It right here. When was Donald Trump investigated by Alvin Bragg? There's a BBC article that says when he was investigated. Timeline of DA. So there were two cases. There was a Manhattan DA's Stormy Daniels hush money case and a district attorney case where he got hit with, I said 36 earlier, but it was actually 34. So there's a whole timeline right here. People versus Donald Trump, $138,000 in hush payments, 34 counts of falsifying business records, intent to conceal another crime, which they didn't stipulate exactly what that crime was. All they said was that it includes state and federal election laws, falsifying business records in the first degree. So they said that this occurred in August of 2015. This was all prior to the 2016 election. He was not convicted of these crimes until 2023. That passes the statute of limitations for the supposed crimes, which is approximately 2 years. So he was investigated this says that he was investigated in between 2019 and 2021, 168 counts of felony falsified business records filed by the office. And they give examples of it. So this is District Attorney Bragg announces 34 counts of indictment of former President Donald Trump. And this was written in April of 2023. So he was investigated between 2019 and 2021 is when they actually began the investigations for crimes that he committed in 2015 prior to becoming president of the United States.
All right.
As I said before, which passed the statute of limitations. And this is actually from manhattanda.org, District Attorney Bragg announces 34 counts of felonies. And I could drop this in the link for you to read. So as I said, I'm willing to say that what you're saying is right, that there's no coordination. There's no coordinated attempt between the AG and the DA. I'm willing to say that. If you're willing to admit that these were crimes that he committed before he was president that passed the statute of limitations and they hit him and they changed the laws so they could go after him anyway. And then you tell me if you think that's fair or not.
Hold on. How can they change the law when the Senate and
the Senate has nothing to do with the state law.
This is what you got it. When the Senate and the House, the state Senate, state House, or the federal Senate and the federal House make the law.
Separate entities.
Hold on.
Two completely separate entities.
They make the law. So, what you're saying that they check, even if a Republican ran state, Senate, House, or federal, whatever, change the law just to convict him?
No. I'm saying the state. You're confusing it. You're confusing two different things. You're confusing. He wasn't convicted of breaking federal laws. He was convicted of breaking state laws. States.
Oh, that's what I said. I said state or federal House and Senate. See.
What do you mean federal House and Senate? The Fed had nothing. So first of all, we like to say the Fed had nothing to do with this, but Alvin Bragg actually hired a former DOJ attorney, so somebody who used to work federal, quit their job, joined the state team for this conviction. By the way, A, B, this was a state prosecuted case. The federal government had nothing to do quote unquote, with prosecuting this case. I'm not saying
I know that. I
federal
know that.
laws were changed for this.
But-
I'm saying state laws were changed to make this possible.
When would the state law change?
I
So that could-
I could look that up, but I don't have it off the top of my head.
See, that's the problem. We won't make
What's the
excuses for
problem?
why he got prosecuted. But yet,
It's not an excuse, it's a reason.
I'll tell you why. Because if we, like I said, if we got felonies, guess what? We wouldn't be able to run for office. But why can a felon who got convicted, who not locked up, still run for president? Is that
I'm sorry,
fair?
say it again. Say it again.
Why the one that a person that got convicted, charged and convicted, and got a felony on the record, not locked up, but yet out and running for president? Is that fair?
Is
Is it fair? Yes or no?
yes, it's fair.
No, it's not.
Yes, it's
No,
fair.
it's not.
Yes,
I'm telling
it's
you why
fair.
it's not fair.
I'll tell you,
It-
well,
it-
go ahead, tell me why it's not fair, and I'll tell you why it is.
I'm telling you why it's not fair. One, in some states, felonies can't even vote. See what I'm saying? How that's fair? If a convicted felon can run for president, I think convicted felons should be able to vote, no matter what state you in.
Because only certain grades of felonies. That's why we have different levels of felonies. That's only true for
It
certain
doesn't
levels
matter.
of
Felony
felonies.
is a felony. Felony is a felony.
A felony is a felony, but in every state it depends. It's not it's not a federal law all over, right? So in some states, if you're convicted of a blue collar crime felony to which you pay a fine, which he did in the state of New York, these are blue collar crime felonies. He paid fines for this. The only reason Democrats even wanted to bring this case was so they could hit him with the label of being a felon and have people like you make the case that you're making now. It's the only reason they did it. But
the thing is,
certain.
but people will, hold on. Say, I'm gonna make your point right here. But people with blue collar crime that's in state where a felony can't vote.
In New York State, all right, the bare bones of the criminal, falsifying business records, which is what he was convicted of. Falsifying business records is a misdemeanor, but it becomes a felony, right, if the defendant falsified the records with the intent to commit or conceal a separate underlying crime. They never defined, or they took that separate underlying crime to be hush money from Stormy Daniels. This is in New York State law one of the most specious cases ever brought before somebody ever. Prosecutors charged Trump with felony level falsifying business records, and they said that he falsified the records to conceal the separate violation in New York law that prohibits conspiring to promote a political candidate through unlawful means, which was the hush money Stormy Daniels case. So they took a hush money case that he had with somebody else, and bro, they tied this together. So like, with all due respect to you, D, I think that I know you say that you've researched this, but I think that you've partially researched it I'll tell you why. Since you want to say blue collar crime, since it was a blue collar crime, right? Okay. Yes, as opposed to like, let's say murder or rape. Right? He should be able to run for president, right? So let's take all the blue collar crimes that's in these states. That's some felonies, which is misdemeanors, whatever they want to call in these states. Let these governors and say, let these blue collar felonies vote.
Before you answer that, hey, y'all got one more minute to discuss this, and we're moving on.
Go ahead. What's the question? What's the question?
See, I see what you're saying, but still, I know in some states felons can't get their right back to vote, right? But in some states they can't.
Sure, but I guess, my point is that
like I said, you said the level of crime, right? The level of crime, right? What level of felony, right? So if that's the case,
yes. So how about
if that's the case, if it's a low level felony, oh, they should be able to vote, right?
Yeah. Yes. And then you asked me earlier, is it fair? And I said yes. And this is exactly why. If you were convicted of a felony for weed possession and you served your time or your sentence or your restitution, you paid your fines, I think you should be able to run for president. What you think about that?
Yeah, but guess what? In Florida, you won't be able to.
You don't think so? You don't think so?
In Florida, I said in Florida, you wouldn't be able to.
That's not true.
Yes, it is.
How? But you don't run for president in the state of Florida. You run for president in the country, in the U.S. You asked me a question if I thought it was fair, and I answered yes. And that's exactly my example right there. Because just because you make a bad decision and you, let's say you, in which case, I don't even think he made a bad decision. I think that, quite frankly, the weakness of this case is the prosecutor's decision to elevate the business records charges into felonies by linking them to an underlying violation of election law, which was a novel theory, a complete new novel theory in law in the state of New York. Critics basically contend that the prosecutors overstepped by transforming simple bookkeeping violations in that state into a case about election interference. These people bent over backwards to put this boy behind bars simply because they didn't like him, because he was a president of the United States, he was a Republican, and he was destroying stuff. And I want to go back to something that Mondo said. It takes 2 terms. You're damn right. I completely agree. And they deliberately did this. Trump didn't have the chance to get 2 terms, to get that economy steady the way that it was. He had 3 years, amazing economy. He got hit with COVID, blasted him. He was out of, it blasted his presidency, got him out of office. He didn't have that second term to make his economy great and to make his economy stable and to make it persistent and stay with it. And then what did they do? They were like, hell no, we can't have that again. So then they hit that man with the DOJ, and this is what they did. So that's my piece on it. I'm done.
And we're done with that topic. T. Armando, you still there, boss?
He probably got something to eat.
Yeah.
He probably sat down. So me and you were about to have a discussion about during the debate about, and we're gonna hit like one more topic. We've only been up here for damn near 3 years. 3 hours.
I'm good with that. I'll go for 6, baby.
Yeah, no, you got to go to work, and I gotta get some sleep and hit that gym in the morning. Mental health versus gun control.
I don't think it's a mental health versus gun control. I mean, I don't understand how you're even phrasing that. You're saying, should people have mental health or should we have gun control? What do you mean by that exactly?
No, off of what they were talking about.
Right. So I think what you're trying to say is what when it comes to our issue with gun violence in the United States of America, to what extent does mental health play in that epidemic?
Right, but and I will say no. Every time that there is a school shooting, a mass shooting, old boy going into the church and shooting up the people in the church, we correlate it to mental health.
Okay, I think that's an unfair characterization. I think that every time we look deeply into the case to consider all things rather than just a single factor analysis position, I think mental health is a constant, and I think that matters, and we don't talk about it enough.
To what you said, yes, but also we got to stop labeling everything or labeling some of these. Is that okay? I was reading what it said. Not all school shooting is due to mental health. We got to stop labeling, and this goes more to the media than anything else. Is that every time there's something that happens, we automatically say mental health. He was mentally ill. He was mentally this. He was mentally that. She was this. She was mentally this.
Well, but if it exists in the individual's history, why can we not talk about it?
But it's not brought up until you try to put a Band-Aid on something that's not there.
Yeah, you're right.
What do you mean it's not there?
So every time there's a school shooting, it goes to mental health.
I didn't say that, but what I'm saying is that
asking you.
What I'm saying is that oftentimes when we look at people who commit school shootings, or are we just talking about school shootings, or just
I'm talking about
mass shootings in general?
Anything that somebody walks into a building.
Okay, how about we focus on 3? Okay,
let's do that.
The school shooting in Tennessee, the school shooting in Texas, and the school shooting just recently in Georgia. Okay. When each one of those school shootings occurred, nobody came straight out the woodworks right away and just said, hey, these are 100% due to mental health issues. After investigation occurred into the individual's background and motives for the crimes, mental health was there. It existed, a mental health history. Whether these people had been treated before in the past for things like depression, suicide, other comorbidities related to that, or even the use of drugs for those psychiatric conditions. So, I mean, I don't know what to say about that, other than it seems to me that these two things align. Whenever we have someone who did, how about this? Do you think that it is typical behavior to shoot up a school?
It's not typical behavior.
Okay. So would you, is it fair to think that there's something wrong with the way that person is thinking about the world to do something like that?
Thinking about the world, or thinking about
the world, because that's where they exist. Like, that person is obviously has a different mindset about their conditions in life and in the world, and they commit those acts. Is that fair to say?
No.
That's not fair to say. So you're saying that there are other justifiable reasons to shoot up a school?
You're just plain evil.
Okay.
But being evil is not.
Okay,
it's not a mental problem.
Right, but in those 3. So here, let's we'll do this.
Just like the Georgia shooting, the most recent one.
Sure.
And this is my opinion, and my opinion only. Well, I can't say only, but whatever have you. To try to get yourself out of trouble, I'm going to scream mental health issues.
Okay, but here's the thing. These individuals, so in Georgia specifically, you can look it up right now, Washington Post, Georgia school shooting suspect struggled with mental health, aunt says. His father has been charged with 4 counts of involuntary manslaughter, 2 counts of second-degree murder, and 8 counts of cruelty to children. That's not the individual. That's not the individual claiming that he's crazy.
But was he diagnosed with? Hold on, D-Truth. Was he diagnosed with mental problems, or they're just doing? Oh, he's just a little strange kid.
He was diagnosed with these issues according to his aunt. That he struggled with mental health. And also too, whether it's diagnosed or not, because you know this better than a lot of people, how many people who actually have issues do go and get help?
That's you got a point there. You do got a point there.
Yeah, he got a point.
But not a go ahead, D-Truth. Go ahead.
But the thing is, he said he was bullied first. Well, that didn't tell you that he said he was bullied first. Then all of a sudden, they come back and say he had mental health. You see the problem? You see what the problem lies in now? You see what the problem is?
No, because he could have been being bullied because he had mental health issues. A lot of times those kinds of things happen when people have mental health issues and they're constantly depressed and they act out in school or they behave a certain way. Other kids begin to pick on them. Kids can be cruel at times. That doesn't mean that is not evidence to indicate, because he was bullied, that's not evidence to indicate that the bullying or the mental health came first. I mean, I can't make that claim either. You know what I'm saying? But we don't know which came first, the mental health or the bullying. Which one was it? You don't know.
But think
I
about
don't know.
there's a whole lot of people, a whole lot of kids.
All we do know is that mental health is an issue in this case.
But thing is, there's a whole lot of kids that got mental health issues don't go do something what some of these kids don't do. Every time I turn around, when something happens, school shooting, mass shooting, first thing they want to holler about mental health.
Okay.
See, see what they doing is what the media and these parents, the aunties and family friends, whoever are these kids. Let's say, okay, let's see, can we get a light sense, whatever, if we holler mental health. You see what I'm saying? Then all of a sudden they want to try to go get them help. That don't work that way.
So, but all I'm saying is that it seems to me that whenever that there's a drastic correlation between these incidents and these individuals having prior issues with mental health, and that we're not talking about it, we're not addressing it. Now, whether or not it's made up or who's bringing it up, I don't know. But we picked 3 cases. We picked the one in Texas, the one in Georgia, the one in Tennessee. We just talked about the one in Georgia. Now go to Tennessee. Nashville school shooter had mental health disorder. The police say parents did not think that Audrey Hale should own a weapon, but did. The parents didn't think that the individual should own a weapon, but they did own the weapon. Drake said that when Hale left the home Monday morning carrying a red bag, Hale's mother asked about it, but the shooter dismissed the question. Detectives learned, this is from Channel 4 News, WSMV.com in Tennessee. Detectives learned that Hale brought 7 weapons at 5 different stores, and the guns were purchased legally and locally, according to Drake. He said the suspect had a significant amount of ammunition and rounds. That the parents did not think Audrey Hale should own the weapon. By the way, Audrey Hale was a transgender individual who also suffered from other mental health conditions. We're not talking about that. Texas.
Breezy, this is my best friend. Hey,
What's up, brother?
I don't think you want to start a clowning session with him.
No, it's all good. So now in this case, this is really interesting because this one, it brings up kind of what you guys were talking about, because the individual actually went to this school. Actually, the person who shot up the Tennessee school went to that school also. Surviving a school shooting impacts on, this is the impacts of the mental health of the school shooters. Hold on. This was the one in Texas was the Uvalde school shooting. And this one is saying that that again, mental health in the Uvalde school shooting was a factor for the shooter, a history of mental health, and that it's also now affecting the mental health of the children, obviously. Which I mean, I could only imagine.
But what I'm saying is, T.
Yes.
In certain situations, when it comes to this, we always, and I understand what you're saying. The people who have it, parents don't take their kids to get checked out for mental health. But some of these kids make a decision to do something, and they fall out and do it. So, do we say that the kids in Chicago right now, all those kids in Chicago that's doing all the shooting? And
careful now.
No, hold on.
Careful now. Hold on now. You're crossing some streams, and I'm not necessarily sure you want to get into
gang violence and
gang violence in Chicago and comparing that to mass shootings in schools, because here's the problem that you're going to run into. There are far more mass shootings in Chicago than are ever reported in or far more mass shootings in Chicago than there are school shootings in the United States.
No, but listen to where I'm going.
Sure.
You got these people, these gang related incidents. Are they, or do we, they get caught? Do we automatically say they are coming to you in a minute? I see your finger. Put the church finger down, Armando. Put the church finger down. Do we say they got mental health, or is it? You know what I'm saying?
I'll let Armando take that one.
What you got, big bro?
Mental health is not an excuse for bad behavior.
I agree. I'm not saying it's an
It's-
excuse. I'm just saying it's a correlating factor that we have to look at.
Yeah, it is. But
That's my
back-
only point.
yeah, back in my era, you committed a crime. You know, I mean, this stuff didn't start till like the 2000s. Folks go out here committing crimes and shooting up places and stuff like that. Then they want to throw up. They do a little background. They want to throw well. Maybe the person had mental illness. Maybe the person like the guy that shot up the theater out there in Colorado back in 2012. Mental illness. I mean, these folks need to be held accountable. If you have mental illness, take your damn meds. If you're not taking your meds, then you don't get a pass for committing crimes. You got mental illness, we have meds. They have meds for people that they could take. You know, so
I disagree with one thing about that. Public, particularly school shootings, are not new before 2000, and they have been publicized. It actually goes back to even before what you just said, which is very true. That one shooting in 2012. I mean, what about Columbine? Remember Columbine? That was when it was first kind of more publicized. But if you do just even a quick Google search of school shootings prior to 2000, you got school shootings in 1764, 1840, 1853, all the way 1890, 1905, 1911, 15. I mean, one of the largest ones that I'm seeing here was 5 people were shot and killed in Pasadena, California at a school in 1940. So this is not anything new in American culture. It's not.
Well,
no, I'm talking about blaming it on the mental illness. It's more, they've been, using that since the late 90s and 2000s.
Oh, okay.
In the 70s and the 80s, in the 60s, if you committed a crime, they didn't give a damn about your mental illness. You were held accountable for it.
Right. And I'm not, listen, I'm not saying that it should be used as like, kind of an insanity plea. I'm just saying that it seems that well put together individuals don't commit these kinds of crimes. People with mental illness are more likely to commit these kinds of crimes, and to turn around and say, hey, we need more gun control is less of a solution than, hey, we need to look at how we vet individuals who have access to guns with a history of mental illness.
Hey, have a good night, Renegade.
Have a good night, Renegade. I'm going to be honest
Later,
with you. I think it's being used as an excuse, because a lot of these people that are committing these crimes, you notice, they have clean records. A lot of these people have clean records.
Criminal records, you mean?
I mean,
Yeah.
So if they were that jacked up
in
the head, if they were that crazy, then they would have some lengthy record. They would have some other issues on their record.
So do you think that there could be other cultural factors involved that, like, so for instance, a lot of people will say that these people know that they're going to gain notoriety, they're going to become famous, they're going to be put on Instagram, TikTok, viewed all over the world because of our social media today, and that is one of the reasons.
Sir. Yes, sir.
I agree with that assessment as well.
You got some people, I think the guy in Butler, Pennsylvania, that shot at Trump, I think he was a loser in school. He wasn't getting any attention. He never got the pretty girls. He never hung out with the cool kids. He probably sat at the lunch table by himself. He probably was a pariah. He was just a loner. And he woke up one day, he just wanted to make his mark. He wanted to be famous.
Right. And he didn't have a criminal record, and he even had a history of owning guns and being on a marksmanship team or attempting to be on a marksmanship team. He didn't even make the team because he was actually not good. So he wasn't allowed on the team. And in that instance, again, someone who was a responsible gun owner at one point, and then, like you said, social pariah. He turns around. He wants to gain notoriety by shooting things up. I'm not sure what gun laws you can put in place to make that person not do those things, other than what you're saying, which is hold them accountable fully, regardless of that fact.
Well, the gun. Well, okay, so during our debates, man, I wish you would have been around back in July when we were doing our little practice debates with each other. But I was like proposing where extensive background checks, and if a person is mentally ill, has some type of mental issues or whatever, I don't know if they should be allowed to have a firearm. Because here's the thing: you're taking a chance of putting a firearm in the hands of someone that has mental issues. Because who's to say they stop taking their meds? When these people stop taking their meds, they turn into something that they can't even they themselves can't even recognize themselves.
Yeah.
So we take a chance on putting a firearm with mental issues because they could just stop taking their meds. And then what?
Then here's another question. Let the kids that get hold of the firearms that they parents know is mental health, have mental issues. Should the parent not be allowed to own firearms, especially if they know their child have mental health issues?
No. If a parent don't have mental issues and the child has mental issues, you don't penalize that parent and for them not to have a firearm. But if you are a parent and you have a firearm, it is your responsibility to make sure that firearm does not get in the hands of the child. If it gets in the hands of the child, then you are negligent and you should be held responsible. You should be held accountable.
I agree, and that's what happened in Georgia.
And that what happened, I think, up there in Illinois, that small town in Illinois. That kid, both of their parents got trouble with involuntary manslaughter because they knew their child had a mental health issue. And the school told them, they gave them resources, right? And they didn't take them. This used like they couldn't take off of work, but their employer said they could took off work to take care of their child. So they started to hold the parents accountable for their child's actions, and to hold the child accountable.
Yeah, it's a touchy subject, man. But unfortunately, you got these kids getting a hold of their parents' guns. You have a lot of people. They have these gun cases, that's accessible, in the house, and the kids are able to get in those gun cases and grab a gun. So if they get into it with a kid at school and when they get beat up or something, and they come home and they want to retaliate, they're gonna look for their father or their mother's gun and go back to school, retaliate. I would like to have a discussion about abortion. See, I got time tonight.
You got time tonight?
I got time tonight.
All right.
Let's go. Let's go, Big T. I want to have this discussion.
T, you still there? Or you had to step off.
I guess he stepped off for a few minutes.
Oh, okay.
But that
but real quick, D-True, because I had stepped away for a minute. I really didn't get a chance to answer Sniper's question the way I wanted to. Sniper, it's heartbreaking. It really is, man. And you brought up a great point, man. That debate was what? How long? 90 minutes?
Yeah.
90 minutes and not one mention of education. Not one mention.
That shot me. That shot me.
I mean, bro, I've been watching debates, man, ever since I was a kid, man. And that was always one of the top questions, bro.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, so this is where we're at now. This is the new world we live in. We don't give a damn about the kids' education. All of these furlough days. I mean, it's like it's like every other damn week they having a furlough day.
So every month they got a vacation.
It's like school has become like a social club / daycare now. It's not what it was when we were coming up. School was school.
So that being the case, though, I mean, when we're looking at it in context of these two candidates and what their positions are on education, who do you think? I mean, it sounds to me like you all are sort of in agreement that there needs to be some sort of reformation in the Department of Education. Would that be fair to say?
It would be fair to say, but I haven't heard neither candidate talk about education.
That's
neither one.
Donald Trump has talked about completely exactly that, about reformation. People are saying that he wants to abolish the Department of Education. It's not that he wants to abolish it; he wants to re-envision it, and that is something also too that RFK Jr. has talked about. So I haven't heard Kamala Harris. I don't know. I mean, I haven't heard her speak on it too much. She could have a position on it, but I don't know what it is. But I know that
making the tuition more affordable for students coming out of high school to go to college. She's spoken about that, but
but that's a social work. That's another social program that she just plans on taking money from rich people for.
So how is Trump gonna be able to help out with education? Where's that money gonna come from?
He's actually going to be cutting the government programs to allow. So and I don't know. I'm about to look it up right now, but my understanding of what he was proposing was that there's too much bureaucracy and too many positions in the Department of Education currently. He's going to eliminate a bunch of jobs and free that money up and give it directly to the schools.
My problem is, just like Amanda said earlier, that was at least the second or third question in every debate.
In every debate, man. Every debate.
And
I remember Reagan and Carter going at it about education. It was.
Mm-hmm.
I guess they don't care anymore now.
Yeah, project. Hold on. I'm gonna try and find a source for this because it doesn't seem like anybody's really talking about it. Which I think you guys hit on something major. And by saying, hey, look, these guys aren't talking about education nearly as much as. Although, to be quite frank, when you look at the list of issues that matter to Americans most right now, economy and immigration is at the top of that list. So it makes sense that education is not spoken about as much, but I agree. I think they still should have addressed it, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think the education of our kids is probably a little bit more important than those two subjects right there.
Yeah, I did hear this one argument, and it's from a very conservative speaker, but he said his argument was that this is a great question for you, since you're much older than me, not much older than me, but since you're a little older, Mondo, is do you feel like kids were better educated 40 years ago than they are today?
I'm not gonna say that. I can't say that because the curriculum is far more advanced now than it was back.
Okay,
in
well, let's just even say
91.
when you say the curriculum is far more advanced, I think you mean technological, but
Yeah.
but would you say, I don't think the curriculum is far more advanced. Let's say Western Civ, like civics. Do you think that children have a better understanding now of reading, writing, mathematics, civics, history, right?
No.
So they have a worse, you would say they have a worse understanding of those things now,
Yeah.
or a lesser understanding of those topics now.
A lesser understanding, but where they make up for that, to be honest with you, Big T, and I'm not gonna poo-poo this generation. These kids are whiz on the computer.
Sure.
They type fast. They're able to do things that we were not able to do. I was a slow typer. We had typing classes and computer classes, and the speed that these, I mean, you got like 8-9-year-old kids that on the computer and know how to crash a computer and bring it
and that
back
makes
up,
sense, because they have them in their homes all the time, and they're basically like toys now, right, for the kids.
Yeah. The average parent, if they have an issue with their laptop or their computer, they have to call on the kid. They help them to see if they can, help them get the bug out of the computer.
No, but
This is what the conservative speaker was saying about that, though. Because if we don't feel that children are better educated, so like 40 years ago, the kids were better educated just on core subjects. The Department of Education was created 40 years ago, and if kids' fundamental core level of education is worsening with the Department of Education, why not get rid of it and replace it with something else that works?
Well, you gotta have a plan. You gotta have a real legit plan to replace it. It's just like, okay, you have a car and the windows jam on you sometimes the radio doesn't work, sometimes the car stalls, but for the most part it runs 75% of the time. It gets you to point A. From point A to point B, it runs. Okay. All right. So just because it cuts off on you every now and then, you're not just gonna take that car and just give it away, and you don't have a plan. You don't have the money to go to the dealership and get you a new car.
Oh, but piggyback off your.
Go ahead, Sniper. Go ahead.
When you say that kids are whiz on computers, which is amazing, because technology is going to advance each year. My problem is with education now is that kids, they could be whizzes on computers but can't spell a simple word.
Exactly.
You can't do a simple math problem. Can't and just off experience alone, you ask, how do you spell through? THRU. And they literally put that on the paper. They say, and put that as because technology has
handicapped them.
They handicapped them when it comes to the simple stuff. Okay, and they have come to a point now where even on your computer, your computer, your phones, whatever, kids are given too much stuff. And when I say mean like that, you can misspell a word on your phone and it's going to automatically correct you.
Actually, it's even worse than that now, because whenever I talk to my kids and I say, look that up real quick, they push a button and they go and they talk to the phone and tell it what they want. So they don't even got to spell anything now. They don't even got to type. And that's the problem, is that there's all, because the internet is there and there's all this cataloged knowledge that these kids think that they don't need to have in their own brain, because they got a supercomputer in their fucking pocket.
We can go back and forth and say, who is George Washington? And off the top of our head, we know who George Washington is.
He was a racist slave owner.
Who is Christopher Columbus?
They don't know they don't know history. They are terrible at history.
Well, that, and because every bit of history, those two, because Who is George Washington? White racist slave owner. Who is Christopher Columbus? white racist conquistador. If
I
everybody
wouldn't
is
say white race, let's say brown race.
dude, but I mean, he was Italian, but what does that mean nowadays? What does that mean nowadays? White. When we dissolve or devolve all of our historical figures to where we have no common history that we can, be quite frankly, proud of or look at in a positive light, that's another reason that they don't need to look them up.
Think about this right here.
Hold on real quick, D-Truth. Hold on real quick, D-Truth. All right. But you also, it's not a lie. See, when we were coming up in school, they were painting they were taking these people from history and painting them out to be heroes.
Well,
and
but
they went out of their
Hold on, T.
they went out of their way to make them into heroes. All right, George Washington, he done good, with the war and everything. He did what he was supposed to do. But at the end of the day, brother, he was a slave owner. He was a slave owner. All right.
And at the end of the day, he also did free his slaves.
Who?
George Washington. George Washington lost money being the president of the United States, and did also release quite a few of people that he had in his servitude. And you're right, it's not a lie, but it's also not the whole truth. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, but he was the president. He was the president, and what Lincoln did, he could have did back in 17. All right, when America was free from England. He could have freed, he had the power to free the rest of America.
Not without a war, which is why Lincoln had to fight it. Unfortunately.
But it's like this right here. I guarantee you take some of these kids these days to a library.
They were fighting wars anyway.
Hey, take them to the library. You tell some kid these days, I'm taking you to the library. They look at you like you're crazy. What is a library?
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
Yeah. Don't use your phone. Go use that dictionary to find what this word means and the origin of this word, and they'll look at you like,
"Yep,
yeah."
Bro, every time my son comes to me with some novel concept, he wants to always talk to me about novel philosophical concepts. I'm like, where are you hearing this from? Oh, I watched this video. I turn around and I pick up a philosophy book that has the same concept, if not better, more articulated, and I hand it to him and say, read that. There's a correlation between reading, writing, and learning. Use that. Formulate your own opinion. Don't just take what some person's spitting out in a video. And he's like, oh yeah, okay. Puts it down, turns around, walks away. Why? It's an easier way of ingesting information, but it's still not the same.
So, Armando, when you stepped off, and I'm ready for this. Armando wants to talk about abortion.
Okay. I agree with Armando on abortion.
I think we all agree with it. Armando? The question to you is, what point do you want to get out about, or what you want to talk about abortion about? What's going on? What you got on your mind?
Okay, all right. I'm on the same page as Big T. Okay, I feel like abortion should not be allowed unless if it's for three reasons. Only three exceptions that we should allow it. One, if the mother's life is in danger by having that child. Okay. Number two, rape. Number three, incest. Okay. Now, on the other hand, I don't think the government should tell a woman what to do with her body. Okay. So when it comes to abortion, I feel like we could come to a common ground. Now, I will say this. and I've been saying this for years. I've never understood why, if your appendix go bad, like mine did back in 2006, the doctor bill comes up to darn near somewhere between 15 and 20,000 just to have an appendix removed.
Wow.
And that's something that had to be done, or I would not be here tonight with you,
God
Jim.
bless you.
Okay. So if it takes something that will save your life to be removed from your body, somewhere between 15 and 20,000, and you could just go to an abortion clinic and get an abortion for $300 or $400, something is wrong with that. So I would propose, Big T, listen to me real good now. I would propose this. First of all, if a woman, number one, has to provide concrete evidence, I mean a police report, grape kit test, and the name of the individual that did it, description, something. Okay, all right. Incest, definitely proof of whatever family member that did it. Okay. And if the woman, her life is in danger, the doctor tells her she's in, if she's like in her 3rd month or something like that, and the doctor tell her, well, if you go through with this pregnancy, you may not make it. In those 3 situations, under my administration, the abortion would be free. For any other woman that feels like she wanted to have an abortion for whatever reason, she's gonna have to pay $100,000. Make it expensive. Make it expensive, Big T, to the point where they'll make better decisions. They won't be reckless. They won't be out here being promiscuous, because you see, women are the gatekeepers. When it comes to sex, women are the gatekeepers
Of life.
Okay.
I agree.
All right. So if it's consensual, they tell you when it's going down, how it's going down, where, how many times, and how long it's going down. They are the gatekeepers. They decide when and where. So they will make better decisions. They will be more picky with who they lay down with, knowing that,
If
well, I ain't gonna be able to get no abortion. I ain't got no $100,000 to pay for an abortion. See, I feel like it should be some kind of common ground, because it just doesn't sit well with me, Big T, for the government to come in and tell a woman what to do with her body. For us to just say, okay, we're going to outlaw it with only 3 exceptions. It just, would that be right?
Real quick, to go back, just you had 3 criteria there that I want to make sure I got. You said rape kit, description of the individual, and what was your 3rd criteria?
Rape kit, description of the police report. She has to file a police report, take out a warrant.
Let me and also add this one to it. You are not able to go out of country to do it.
How you gonna stop that, Sniper?
Hey, listen.
If they're like 6 weeks and they're not showing, how in the world? I want to know. Unless you know something we don't know now, you tell me how you gonna stop that.
Well, once you go and find out that you, it's known. I don't think you should have it like public record if you're pregnant. I think that, and I also believe that no man should be able to tell a woman to do with her body. Besides,
but what if they piss on the stick? They piss on the stick, and then next thing you know, hey, grab their passport and head down to the Dominican Republic. Ain't nothing you could do about that.
There's nothing. But I don't think that a man could. But only person, and this is and another thing, the man who you slept with has a choice if they want to have that baby and not, or want to keep that baby and be able to fight for the life of that baby, unless it's one of those unless it's it harms the mother in the cause of having a baby.
I don't think the father should have a say so.
Why not? I mean, if there now, listen, there are some men out there that that goes around that is on this earth that don't know they have kids.
And right? That's what, and I'm glad you brought that up, Sniper, because if you go ahead, man.
There's, like I said, and if there's some dudes that's out there, like if my two former wives that blessed me with 4 beautiful children, if one of them had an abortion without my knowledge, I should be able to say something, because they didn't give me the opportunity to take this child and take care of this child, which I did 2 out of 4 and co-parent with my second wife. But if my first wife says like, oh, I had an abortion, why shouldn't a man have the opportunity to say, listen, she can have the baby and I'll take care of the baby. Don't need nothing from her. I'll do it. The same thing as you have an abortion, or you have a baby and you give it for adoption at birth.
Real quick, I just want to say we're going in like 5 different directions at once with that. And I like how you proposed it, Armando, in the beginning. And I just wanted to say this because I do want to have this discussion, like just kind of a brief one. And I want to address some of these things. And I just want to say, first of all, I think I agree with you on almost everything. Some things I don't. But I would like to play, if I could, a moderate, the moderate. I want to take the moderate liberal position on this, even though I don't agree with it, just for the sake of this discussion, right? So when it comes to rape, or when it comes to your 3 criteria, particularly rape, and even incest for that matter. When it comes to rape and incest, rape is an unusual crime.
Grape, say grape.
Yeah, you can't say that word on YouTube.
Okay, grape. When it comes to that particular crime, it is unique in the sense that the victim has to actually prove that the crime occurred to them.
Absolutely.
Which means you are, in essence, re-victimizing these individuals when you do that grape kit. And that's a problem. A lot of the grapes are not reported because they don't want to relive these things. And in some instances, they cannot give a description because sometimes they do not realize that these things occurred to them, because in some cases, they were intoxicated or drugged. So just inherently in those criteria, there are some good arguments as to why those things those criteria cannot be met. That's the only problem I see with that. Now, you made a statement about how a man, I'm sorry, you were saying that you believe that these services should be free. But you also said that you don't think that the government should be involved in any way. I think that those are conflicting statements. The reason I think that is because, brother, ain't nothing in life free. And if it is, it's free to you, but somebody else is paying. There are already laws on the books that say that the government cannot use state or federal funds for abortions. Right? I can't remember the name of the act right now, but there are laws that state this, and money is fungible, and that's how Planned Parenthood gets away with performing the abortions that they do, because they say that the funds that they receive from the government are used solely for contraception and education. But we know that they actually provide more abortions than they actually hand out education or contraception. So that's the problem I see with what you said there about something being free, but not having the government involved. You also said that that men should not be able to tell women what to do with their bodies. I would ask this question, and this is not from the liberal moderate position. This is from the conservative position, which is, if when you had did you say it was your liver, your kidney, your pancreas? What was it that was removed?
My
Armando?
appendix.
Your appendix.
My appendix.
When you had your appendix removed, that was your appendix. It was in your body.
Mm-hmm.
When a woman has a baby inside of her, the woman does not have 20 fingers, 20 toes, 2 pancreases, 2 brains. She does not have 2 heads, 2 arms, or 4 heads. I'm sorry, 2 heads, 4 arms, 4 legs, 2 hearts, 4 pairs of lungs, 4 lungs, 2 pair of lungs. Do you see where I'm going with this?
Mm-hmm.
It is not her body. If a woman wants to go and remove her pancreas, I got no problem with that. A woman wants to go and remove her kidney, I got no problem with that. That body is in her body. It is of her body, but it is not her body. T, when you say a man can't tell a woman what to do with her body, I agree that women should have autonomy over their bodies. But you brought up a very good point, which is when it comes to the creation of that third body in this equation between a man and a woman and a baby, men should also have a say. That is a controversial subject. And to what degree do men have rights to the children? But we also run into a conflict there in this discussion, in this argument, because when you say the man wants the baby but the woman doesn't, the question then becomes, are you going to force this woman to have the baby so that the man can take the baby? And I'm not making arguments really either way. I'm just kind of laying out what the arguments, right, and the problems and what we're saying are. And you know, you're saying should fathers have a say? I think those are the questions, and those are the problems, and those are the issues that we have to debate and discuss. Quite frankly, I think that that's way more than what we're ready to discuss right now. But I think that plainly those are the problems that we have. I think that when it comes to abortion, the underlying fundamental issue is, when do you think this thing becomes a person? That's the problem. What confers personhood? Now, I agree with you, Armando, about women's decisions, and I agree with you about the price, because it is crazy to me that you got to pay $20,000 to remove you said pancreas, right?
An appendix.
An appendix. $20,000 for an appendix, $300 to remove a baby. My answer to, or my only even retort to that is, it costs far less to destroy than it does to create, and that's unfortunate.
Mm-hmm.
But I do agree with you that there needs to be more skin in the game, pardon the phrase, for women to in order to make these decisions in good conscience. I don't know exactly where to go after that. other than to say, if I'm going to take Armando on here as the moderate liberal position with what he said, I would say, with your 3 criteria, how are you going to force women to or force women to get a grape kit and re-victimize themselves? How are you going to ask them to get a description of an individual when they had when they were date raped and they had drugs in their system and had no idea, recollection, or ability to consent? How are you going to tell me that I must have a report when I didn't even know that I was raped, or I felt too ashamed about what happened and like it was my fault to make that report?
Well, like I said, no policy is perfect. Okay, no legislation is perfect. Now, crime victims have to revisit all the time. If someone break into your home tonight and they get away, and it takes the police officers a couple of days to catch them, and when they catch them, what's the first thing they're gonna do? And then come, Mr. Tony, think we've apprehended the suspect. Would you mind coming down to the station and identifying them in a lineup? If you want justice, you have to do your due diligence to go through the proper channels to get justice. Okay. Any woman that is raped or is sexually violated and don't come forward and don't, report or file charges against the person that did it to them, they're doing themselves a disservice. And they're also contributing to what if they let this person get away with it, this man is going to go do it to someone else. So I've never understood why any woman would, if that happens to you, why she would just stay quiet and not report it. So it's not about now when I said, okay, they have to present the grape kit and present the police report and all that, they can use the same copy. They don't have to go get another grape kit. They can use the same file and use that to go get the abortion.
Mm-hmm. Now, I think those are all very, very good answers that I agree with truly. And just to switch back to my conservative position on this is to emphasize your point. And I think that we all know what this is that this is an excuse. This is horrible. It's evil. It's disgusting that even happens. But these cases are marginal, right? Just 1% of women obtain an abortion because they became pregnant through a sexual assault, right? And less than 0.5% do so because of incest, which is according to the Guttmacher Institute, who did a study on this. Knowing that these cases are marginal, the fact of the matter is that today in our society, those marginal cases are used to make the case for the remainder of those abortions that are not these cases, for, as you say, a method of contraception or simply a decision of convenience, right? I don't have the money. I don't want this kid. I don't like this guy. He left me. It was a mistake. I shouldn't have done this. Things like that. I truly believe that. And I think this is best illustrated in Ben Shapiro's argument when he had a discussion with a young woman on the topic, and he told her, he said, I'm willing to stipulate that these situations should be allowed if you're willing to, right? Because there were about, approximately 1 million abortions in the United States. He says, I'm willing to stipulate that these abortions are okay to do if you're willing to stipulate that the gross majority of the abortions that actually do occur are not okay to do. And that individual said, absolutely not. And that proves right there the point that these marginal cases are simply used as justifications for those non-marginal cases. And I think that's an argument in bad faith. And I don't think it really gets to the truth of the problem of abortion in our society.
But I got a little pushback on that. That study that was done, right? How many rape cases actually get reported? How many incest cases actually get reported? You see what I'm saying? You got to take into account of that too. See what I'm saying? It might be more than what the report says.
Well, we're taking the Guttmacher Institute took the numbers of abortions that were being conducted from Planned Parenthood, which is the leading institution in the United States for abortions. Women, and this is what it says here in the studies, or on this in this article from USA Today. Women's abortion decisions rarely stem from rape or incest cases. 74% of the cases where having a baby would dramatically change their life. That was 74% of cases. 73% of cases where they couldn't afford it. 48% of cases where that they don't want to be a single mother and have relationship problems. 38% of cases where that they have completed childbearing. 1% were victims of rape. 0.5% were pregnancy as a result of incest. Now, what you're talking about, D, is a contrapositive. That's you can't prove that it happened, and I can't prove that it didn't. So in a debate, that's what you call a non-factor.
It is a factor, because I'm telling you why. Because guess why? Surveys and numbers that they get is not all of it. So many different Planned Parenthood, okay, but how many women actually go to Planned Parenthood? They just said that. I really said
quite a lot, because
just like they said, a whole lot of women go to Planned Parenthood, right? They put all the women in the same boat, go on there. You can't do that.
Quite a lot of women.
There's a lot, but not every last one of them do.
Hey,
the majority of. Go ahead.
Let me take this real quick, D. If somebody said they stole something from your store and you didn't report it, I guess it never happened, right? See, when you say about people or these young ladies that have been great but don't report it, we can't, just like you just said, we can't deny if it happened, or we can't deny if it didn't happen, because it's not reported. If it's not in black and white, you can't fight them. Just because if the research is there and the margin is there, that for the people who did report and say what they said, and that's what we have to base everything on. We can't base on fictional stuff that we don't know that really happened. It's like reading a book. You can read a book and be like, I wonder if this really happened or not. You wasn't there. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah. But you cannot keep going back and forth with someone to say, well, if it wasn't reported, then we can't use all the. You can't use that the measuring of it. We can, because we can only do what the.
No, you can't. No, you can't. You cannot. You cannot.
Yes,
I'm telling you what you can't. I'm telling you you can't.
No, you're not moving the goalposts back, dude.
Them numbers that they doing, that's not taking into account to. Yeah, they go to Planned Parenthood to get them numbers, right? It's just like, oh, we took a survey of the people in the United States. This is what the people in the United States said. Oh, but I didn't get a survey. You didn't get a survey. You didn't get a survey. You didn't get a survey.
Okay, it's not a point.
You see what I'm saying? You can't. Them numbers. 1%. You said 1%. You said 1% It's more than
This is-
1%.
This is
But-
why I made the statement.
But
This is why I made the statement that,
You
that it's not productive in a debate. That's why I made that statement. Is that you can't prove that it did, and I can't prove that it didn't. It's not a productive conversation to have. The point of a debate is that you lay out facts you can prove, and I lay out and I try to disprove them, and vice versa. If you can't even prove that your fact is a fact, why are we even talking about it? Because you can't prove that it did happen. I can't prove that it didn't. It's unproductive in a debate to continue down this line.
But
That's
we
all I'm
can't agree on. But we can agree on some women do not go report parenthood to report it.
We can't agree on
So-
that without the stipulation or without
Yeah,
the condition.
what you saying?
Well, I'm just
That's what I'm saying.
but we can't.
All
we can't
we do
agree
is do
on
what
that
what that report says, right?
I just want to make one other point about and the reason that we know that most women go to Planned Parenthood for abortions. Number one, it's their own reporting, but number two, because of exactly what Mondo said, is that if they don't go to Planned Parenthood, which is a federally funded institution, the abortions are far less expensive than if they were to go to a private entity to accomplish this or have a back alley abortion, which is what you're talking about. So you mean to tell me that you think that far more women have back alley abortions and or pay top dollar for private health care themselves to have these procedures done? Is that your position?
What you doing,
What
man?
I'm saying
Raiding the
is,
refrigerator?
what I'm saying is that report is incomplete. That's what I'm saying. Them
How is
numbers
it
is
incomplete?
incomplete. No reason I said that. Any report that got to deal with numbers is saying most and some, and not dealing with every factor in them numbers, and not computing in them numbers. It's just like
First of all, you haven't even read the report.
like if I'm a ball player, if I and I don't shot 20 free throws, and it's been proven I don't shot 20 free throws. Okay, and I hit 10 of them. Okay, that be proven. I did that. But you cannot go around and say that these women make it look like a whole lot of women went to this whatever this status that you quoted and did this. See what I'm saying? You cannot do that.
No, hey, nobody knows what the hell you saying right now, bro. There is documentation. You said it's not proven, but if
It's not proved.
if there's a survey,
What is
no,
this? This what he said. Hold on, read what you said again. Read what you said again. You said 1%, right? You said that's what he said. 1%, right? You said 1%. It could be higher, right? It could be higher than 1%. So
why would? But guess what? It is not. If the young ladies did not give that information, how can we argue about information that's not given? How can
you make an argument for it?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. How can you make an argument for something that's not given?
And for you to say that the report is incomplete, I mean, I don't know how you could say that when number one, you haven't read the report. I have it right here. It's a 118 page report. Excuse me. That was done by an institute. It has over 50 different doctors, or not doctors, I'm sorry. It has over 50 different authors and researchers accredited to it. And I don't understand how you can make that claim without reading it or looking at it. I mean, I can send it to you.
So the reason I can make that claim, so that makes it right. You make them right.
It makes it more right than your claim.
No, I can go right status is whatever right here. Does it make me right? You can go right one.
it makes it as accurate as Mondo said. It's not perfect. No report is, right. No policy is. Nothing's perfect. Nobody's perfect. God's perfect. That's it. But we do know from the available information that we have that these are as close to as accurate as of numbers that we can acquire right now. And this is from the USA Today. That's not no right-leaning institution, right? And this was done. This was done May 24th of 2019. So these numbers are old, and in most cases, these numbers have certainly risen.
Mhm.
Armando.
The part about the man should have a say so, I disagree with that. And to Big Tony, when he was saying that the child inside of the woman is a different person or whatever. It goes back to my point. If we're gonna start telling women what to do with their bodies, then we shouldn't call ourselves a democracy anymore.
But
we're North Korea.
Again, my argument is that
Hold on,
that
Steve.
body
Finish it.
in her body is not her body. That's my argument. Again, I don't care what a woman does with her pancreas, with her liver, with her kidneys. I care about the body and the soul that is within her. I draw a clear distinction between the child and its right to live and the mother and her ability to say she wants to kill her child. That's what we're talking about. We're talking about a mother's right to say when she wants to kill another. If
Do
we
you
don't
agree,
say anything
Armando?
about that, I think we might as well call ourselves North Korea. Because in North Korea right now, if a woman has a baby and it's not sanctioned by the state, or if they feel like they can't feed it because they're quite poor and their government is trash, they can just kill their baby. So I would go the opposite direction of that and say, if we're going to allow women to just kill their babies, we might as well call ourselves North Korea.
But to that point right there, you got to look at when does it
When does it
become.
become a person? Exactly. And that's what I
Yeah.
said in the very beginning.
Yeah.
The fundamental discussion, the
Hey,
fundamental
Steve,
argument,
Steve,
the fundamental
don't
argument. I'm sorry, go ahead.
finish. Don't make me come to Virginia.
See, and that's the problem that women, some men, some society have with that. And we know in some state government, the House and the Senate, the majority males, and in the federal government, the House and Senate, majority males, right?
Mm-hmm.
So us as males, we don't know what females go through, what kind of trauma they go through in their body when develop the baby. See, like Armando said, women got the right to when the sex is initiated, right? But also the man has the right to say, no, I don't want to do it. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, but here's the thing about, and I think what you said there about, you were making the argument about how men can't make laws for women. I think that's absolutely absurd and a weak argument, because if you are a proponent for abortion, the key litigation in case that made that possible was Roe versus Wade. Roe versus Wade was a case that was made legal precedent. Guess what? By men. So A,
yeah.
B.
But here's my other argument about that right there. And I want to talk to Mondo and Tony up here too about this, right? Sniper, is that if people that are pro-lifers against abortion, right? Okay, just think how many men and women on death row, like that one in Missouri, that were innocent, that got put down, right? You can't be pro-life for a baby and this man and got evidence and say, hey, I'm pro-life, but look how much money that coming out of pocket keep these men and women on death row for 15, 20, 25 years until they get put to death. You see what I'm saying?
Okay,
If that's the case,
let me get this
go
straight.
ahead.
So you're comparing a wrongfully adjudicated legal case for capital punishment to an abortion. That's
Yep.
what you're
If you,
doing?
hey, if you pro-life, you want the baby to survive, right? And they want to say, oh, women can't have women can't have abortion and carry the full term. Let me give you an example. The woman in Georgia.
No examples.
No.
I get what you're saying. I don't need an example. I get what you're saying. My answer to that.
You're comparing apples to oranges. And when you
No, I'm not. Life is life. Life is life.
Stop.
If you pro-life, you pro-life.
Hold on.
Let me get in here, man, before we go all off the left field. Okay. Let me get in here and let me retort to Big Tony. Okay. All right. So you feel that the government should have the right to tell a woman what to do with her body. Okay, so let's just say hindsight.
No, I don't. No, that's a mischaracterization of what I'm saying.
To not get rid of a baby. Okay, to not get rid of a baby. So let me clarify that. Okay, so to not terminate a pregnancy. Okay, so let's just say hindsight. All right. Let's just say hindsight. Trump gets elected. Vance and Trump are elected. And they kick the can down to the states, and you know what the states are gonna do? They're gonna start putting the serious bans on abortion. That's what the state level is gonna do. Okay, we already see it coming. Okay, they're trying to do it here in Georgia. Okay, so what you're gonna have is you're gonna open up a can of worms that we're not gonna be ready for. It's gonna create an additional problem. When a female, she go and takes the home pregnancy test and finds out she's pregnant, then what she's gonna do? She's gonna go get a passport, fly down to the DR, and get an abortion. When you go to banning things, when you go to banning,
I don't understand why you disagree with that, though.
Huh?
I don't understand why you disagree with that, though. Because you literally just said that you think that women should have circumstances in which they are forced to either pay for or pay for their own abortions or drastically reconsider their options of who they lay down with.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that would, do you not think that would be a condition in which a woman would say, damn, I got to fly down to the DR, pay money, get my passport, and go pay for this abortion out of pocket? I don't understand why you disagree with that. You at the same time say that you wanted those things, that you think a woman should choose who she lays down with, not be promiscuous and not pay, but then you at the same time want to enable women to make it easier for them to have abortion. Those are conflicting statements, Mondo.
Hold on, brother. I wasn't done. That's one thing. All right. Then the next thing is they're gonna turn to the black market, and they're gonna go start getting off-brand stuff to terminate their pregnancy. They're gonna start doing crazy stuff like trying to fall down the stairs, taking clothes hangers and sticking it up themselves. It's going to be a problem.
You're doing the same thing that D was doing.
It's going to be like, hold on. It's good, but when you don't want women dying out of desperation, trying to take care of a problem that's banned by the government. You don't want that issue.
The problem that I have with that as an argument, right, is that you're doing it. The argument tactic is similar to what D was doing earlier. You cannot prove that is true, and I cannot disprove that is true. To make the claim that back alley abortions and black market abortions are going to skyrocket because a state makes abortion illegal. Let's say Georgia makes abortion illegal. To say that all of a sudden whatever Georgia's percentages of the 1 million abortions that occur is going to skyrocket or be more in the black market.
Mm-hmm.
There's absolutely no evidence for that whatsoever.
I'm going to tell you why. I'm going
that
to
I
tell
can
you.
that I know of, and you could educate me.
Hold on. That's because abortion is not banned yet, so we don't know.
But abortion was
abortion
was banned prior to Roe versus Wade, and that wasn't the case. Abortion laws in the United States are relatively new.
That was a different time. We're talking about the early 70s. So you got to remember where we were. Hold on, slow down. Remember where we were during that time. You had less peer pressure. You had more family structure back then. The world was a little slower. Hold on, slow down, brother. The world was totally different than it is now.
So you mean to tell me that rather than re-implement those positive values of family structure, you would rather just allow abortions?
No, I didn't say allow abortions. I didn't say allow abortions. I said that I would tax them. If you put it like this.
So you think abortions are okay as long as they're paid?
Let me land the plane, man. Let me land the plane. Come on. I don't interrupt you. So let me land the plane, bro. I need these philosophy games you trying to play. You go a long time and let other people forget what they got to say. They ain't gonna work on me. I'm hip to that game, bro. I'm trying.
I'm actually doing the opposite. I'm trying to cut you off before you get to a bad conclusion.
No, I'm not getting into no bad conclusion because you're putting words in my mouth. We don't know. Nothing is banned right now. When I came into this world, Roe v. Wade was a law. So I don't know. I don't know how
Roe v. Wade is not a law.
Roe v.
It's precedent.
Not right now. It's not. Let me finish. Okay. Just like anything that you ban, like drugs was banned. Okay. During Prohibition. Did that stop people from selling and buying alcohol? No, it did not. They resulted to black market stuff back then.
Sure.
Okay, so when you go to banning stuff, you got to prepare for the worst, where people will go underground or black market. You don't think for 1 minute that they won't try to go turn to the black market? They may start trying to create these little abortion pills through the black market for these women. You think that won't happen? We have to be naive to think that won't happen, man.
They're already, listen, and here's the thing about abortion pills. If a woman has sex, right, with a man, and she wants to take a morning after pill, I don't have a problem with that. Okay. And here's why I don't have a problem with that. To go back to answer, really the question is kind of what D was getting at, which is like, at what point do we confer personhood to this thing, this baby in the belly? And my answer to that is because I'm a religious person and because I'm a conservative individual, mine is conception. When it comes to, like you said, a woman making the decision to lay down with a man and do that thing, you know that's what's going to, if you do that thing without, and put that thing in that other thing without that thing on it, you know what the consequences of that action are, right? But if immediately the day after those pills are had and no baby is made as a result of that, right? And a woman effectively sterilizes herself from that process of being able to give birth immediately. That is less egregious than a woman having a baby up to 24 to 36 weeks when the baby's formed, moving, heartbeat, has a falling out with her boyfriend, and decides she wants it cut out and sucked into a sink. Major difference. Major difference.
Oh, I agree with you on
Right.
that.
Now, and this is again why I say I don't understand why you don't. I legitimately don't understand why you don't agree, because if your true underlying belief is that you wish women to make better decisions and to be more incentivized by, as you said, taxing them, if that is truly your desire, your intent, I don't understand why you wouldn't implement structure in law to assist people in that decision. You're making it seem like we are purely victims of our appetitive nature, that if we want it, we should have it. And I don't necessarily think that constitutes a well-formed or functioning productive society. So by that logic, what you're saying is we should make all drugs, even fentanyl, legal.
No.
100%.
What I'm trying to say is, just like drugs, cocaine, fentanyl, and they done what all they done, man. They done the war on drugs, the crimes bill. They done threw everything but the kitchen sink. Did it stop drugs? Did it ever stop drug trafficking? No,
marginally.
Talking about.
Hold on, T.
Hold up, let me finish, brother.
No, I'm agreeing with him.
Oh, okay, what I'm trying to tell you is, bro, you can ban abortion. Good luck. God bless you. You can ban it. It's not going to stop a damn thing, because they're going to turn to the black market. Just like if a person want to get high and they want some cocaine, or they want some meth, or they want some heroin, they are going to turn underground and they going to go get it.
Right. So but my problem with that is that you're telling me that America should base policy on people who are suicidal, on people claiming that they're going to take their lives. So that would be, I mean, in my mind, I'm just envisioning a pregnant woman with a knife to her throat saying, "Let me kill this baby or you're killing me."
No. I'm saying what I'm trying to say is, let me land a plane here. What I'm trying to say is, man, let's just say they banned abortion in all 50 states. They just come up with a law and say, okay, we banning abortion, which I think I really think that's gonna happen when Trump becomes president. That mumbo jumbo about where we're only gonna do it for if it's gonna be exceptions. I don't believe that BS, because the thing about it is, when you're running for office, all right, you'll say what you got to say to get elected. But at the end of the day, those people that's in your pocket, those people that's donating to you, they want abortion taken off the table. They want it banned altogether. They feel the same way you feel. All right, so let's just say you ban abortion. You ban abortion, you are creating another underground operation. It's bad enough we have drug trafficking that we have to deal with. It's bad enough we have sex trafficking that we have to deal with. Now you're going to be dealing with a whole different animal. You're going to have these dope boys creating abortion pills, a bathtub brew abortion pills.
Okay.
And they feel, and they're gonna feel like it's another way. It's gonna become another hustle.
Or are you gonna have these?
So are you an advocate for women taking those?
No. I mean, look, I'm on the same page as you, Big T. What I'm trying to tell you is, man, the strong arm tactics that your party is trying to implement, it's not going to work. You're going to create an even bigger problem.
I
Just like prohibition, man.
I don't think that's
it created a bigger problem.
Both parties use the law. Both parties do. Either we use the law for something that is productive for our state, or we use laws for things that are not productive for our state. I don't think abortion is productive. It is a fact. 98% of countries in the world have outlawed abortion. Canada is one of them. The rate of abortion in Canada is 10.1 abortions per every 1,000 women.
But
so to make the claim,
hold on,
which
so where do you think those women are going to that's getting their abortions?
I don't know.
That's where
I don't know. But
I don't know.
I can take that.
Why is that my problem?
Let me finish my freaking point. And I'm telling you, is that, and with that said, yes, Canada's abortion rate measures has dropped, but those ladies who want an abortion, where do you think they're going? They're coming probably to the States to get it done. You know what I'm saying? Just like some of these,
you think that's good?
But, huh? I don't think it's good at all. No, it's not good.
No, it's not
you
good.
know what? If it's but listen. If you tell someone what to, but what the point I think Armando is trying to prove is that if you tell someone not to do something, or you can't do something, they're going to find a way to get it done, like going to PR, like going to make. But the same,
so bad people are going to do bad things. How is that any different?
I'll tell you right. They ain't gonna have they are not gonna have to go out the country, because guess what? If 3 states come in mind that have abortion right now, and guess what? The state that let's just say Texas, Florida, whoever else have banned abortion, right? They can go to Maryland, Michigan, and Minnesota, and the other state, and the state they came from, cannot charge them.
Okay, can I make a point on that? Can I piggyback off that? T, Sniper.
Sure.
Can I piggyback off that?
Yeah.
All right. And Big Tony, that's another problem right there. Now here's, if you're gonna do it right. If you're gonna ban it, and when the man gets in office, okay, if he gets elected, if he's gonna ban it, if you're gonna ban abortion, you got to do it on the national level. Here's the reason why. You do not want to kick the can down to the states, because every state is not going to ban it. Then you're going to have a situation where, okay, a chick from Mississippi is banned in Mississippi. They're going to be going to California or going to Maryland.
Right.
You're not nipping the problem. Just go ahead and go bold with it. I'm on the same page as you. If you're gonna do it, you got to do it on the national level. You got to get in there.
You're okay with that? You're okay with that?
I would be
on
okay
a national level.
I would be okay with it. I would much rather him do a national ban than to do it the way he's talking about doing it and put it in the hands of the states, because it's gonna be a madhouse. It is going to be a madhouse.
I mean, he said he's not going to. And he's made no indications in the law that he is. He removed Roe versus Wade so that it would go back down to the states, and the situation, although imperfect, would be what you all just explained very eloquently. And you're right, you're true. That like D just said, like you just said, a woman would not need to leave the states to do it. She would only have to go to another state that allows it. I don't agree with that, but I think that is the best equilibrium that we could strike in this country, is to say that we're not going to tell you on a federal level that you can't do this. What we're going to tell you is on a local level that those states want to deal with it. And if you want to do it in America, you have the freedom to go and do it. We don't think you should, but you know. So then would it be fair to say then that what Trump is doing right now is a middle ground that is not going to work, and later on we're going to be forced because of those illegal abortions?
It's going to create a bigger problem.
It's going to create a bigger problem, and that at some point they're going to have to make a federal ban.
You're going to have, if what I'm saying is if you're pro-life, if you really are pro-life, and you what you're envisioning, I agree with you. Now I just want you to make it clear to me that those three exceptions would be on the table. If those three exceptions would be on the table, the great, the incest, and to protect the life of the woman, you know, okay, if those are on the table, we pretending like, okay, I'm a senator and you know I'm the Senate majority and you the House leader. Okay, I got the votes in the Senate, you got the votes in the House. So you're agreeing with me on those three provisions. Then I would be okay with the national ban. But if you're gonna ban it, if you really want abortion, from what you've been telling me for the last 30 minutes, you want it banned. If it's not those three reasons, you want it banned completely. You want it shut down. You got to do it on a national level.
Right. So
you got to do it. It's not going to work state by state. That will never work. Because I'm gonna tell you.
So you're trying to get me to go. So you're trying to get me really to go more in the direction of a federal ban, because I was okay, because I am pro-life and I'm not for abortion, and I would never through law ask somebody to do something in their lives that I wouldn't do in mine, because I think that's hypocritical. But at the same time, freedom is a thing in the United States, and choice is a thing in the United States. And if women ultimately want to make a physically a decision that is detrimental to their health and their lives, we can't stop that as Americans, as you said, period, point blank, no matter what laws we put in place, correct?
Yeah, but the reason why I say it has to be done on a federal level, and listen to me real good. Let me break it down to you. Okay. Say like let me give you a state that's probably gonna ban it. Let's just say if Ohio banned it. Okay. Right now Ohio is considered a red state. 5 years from now, a lot of people from Michigan move down to Ohio. Okay. A lot of people from Illinois move to Ohio. And then next thing you know, Ohio starts turning purple, then becomes blue. Then they elect a liberal governor. You see where I'm going with this? And then he lifts the ban. It's going to be chaos if you leave it in the hands of the states. It's going to be chaos, because 1 minute it'll be banned. The next, it depending on who's in office, depending on who's the governor.
Yeah.
If the governor is a conservative, it'll be banned. He loses his seat, loses the election. Democrat gets in there. Okay, all right. Well, abortion is allowed in this state. Do it on the national level. If you're gonna do it. Just do it and be done with it. Don't play around with it. I feel like, saying, okay, well, we're not gonna do a national ban. We're just gonna, let the states decide. That you're playing games.
There are 13 states in the United States right now that have a total ban on abortion: Alabama, Arkansas, Idaho, Indiana, Kentucky, Louisiana, Mississippi, Missouri, Oklahoma, South Dakota, Tennessee, Texas, and West Virginia. Those are the 13 states right now that have a total abortion ban.
And who was having sex in North Dakota? Does people really live there?
There are 9 states, including DC, so 10, that have no bans on abortion at all, with any gestational limit. Those are Alaska, Colorado, DC, Maryland, Michigan, Minnesota, New Jersey, New Mexico, Oregon, and Vermont.
Again, who has sex with them?
Minnesota would never ban it. I'll go as far as saying is California banned it before Minnesota would.
I don't. That was going to be one of my questions. Should we take since Minnesota is such a great state, like Walsh was saying, great healthcare, always have big corporation of jobs. Should the rest of the states be looking at Minnesota and be like, hey, we should emulate what they're doing?
Yeah, because Minnesota's booming. It's booming up there. It is booming.
Minnesota has no ban whatsoever on gestational limits for abortion. So
that goes back to what I was saying, man.
It's up to birth.
If you feel the way you feel, Big Tony, and you want,
so really, you're trying to convince me to go full federal with it.
you got to go full. You got to go full federal with it.
Yeah,
but the question that was brought up multiple times, and nobody's answered the question yet. If abortion is not banned in certain states, and it is not detrimental to the health of the mother, when do we put a cap on the time limit where abortion can be completed? And I'm gonna start with the one who's been trying to speak for 45 minutes and the truth.
Okay.
And make it quick, because it's almost 2:00.
You talk about the time limit. I'd say about 4 weeks to 4 weeks to 8 weeks. You see what I'm saying? To 12. Because some women they don't know till later on anyway. They don't realize they're pregnant. So I said to give it 3 months.
Okay, and listen, make it, because I'm gonna come back with another question right behind all of your answers. Armando.
No more than a month. Got to be a month and under.
A month
and to push back on D-Truth, a woman knows her body. A woman knows when she's pregnant or not. It don't take 90 days for a woman to figure out if she's pregnant or not. That's bull. That's bull crap.
Amen, brother.
Hey, T.
Yeah, I'm in full agreement with I would go with 4 weeks. Once a woman knows she misses that period and she has, quote unquote scare, and she pees on that stick, that's it, brother.
Now, the pushback question, and since you have your computer right there, you probably look it up. When is the heartbeat of the baby? When does the heart start beating in a fetus?
Those are called heartbeat laws. They do have those in a lot of states. And the answer to your question is a fetus's heart begins beating around the 5th week of pregnancy or 22 days after conception.
So it's almost less than 22 days after conception. It's almost less than a month. 5 weeks so almost 5 to 6 weeks.
4 to 6, correct.
4 to 6 weeks. So on D-Truth logics, 90 days, wouldn't that, because that fetus has a heartbeat, isn't that considered as murder? D-Truth?
Are you asking? Yeah, what are you asking?
No, because some states do not consider that.
Okay, I'm not talking
So-
about some states. I'm asking you
No,
the
no,
question.
not
sir.
what I just asked your question. I gave you the answer to your question. You asked me.
So-
That's my opinion.
Tony asked me a question. We had a conversation about it, and I think when we were arguing, we were saying the same thing in different words. And he said, "Well, can I just because you are? I'm coming to you, Armando. I see your hand, baby. I see your hand. I come up to you and stab you in the head. So I should or no. You asked me if I go and stab my kid in the head. Is that not considered murder?
Well, that's a different. We were talking about sentience in that case, so that's kind of different. Let's hold that for. Let's go to Armando and hold that because that's part of the sentience argument.
Mondo, you had your hand up, Bubba.
If it has, if that child has a heartbeat, it's if you kill anything with a heartbeat, that's murder. That's murder. What else do you call it? It's murder.
Exactly.
So, with that being said, 4 weeks would definitely be the limit. Or after 4 weeks, nope. Ban. Nope. Sorry. Too late.
Now, but you do agree if it goes into around about the 5th or 6th month and she's having complications, then should it be banned then? Like what did we say yesterday? If it's born in the fallopian tube, or
you would have to get rid of
Ectopic
it.
pregnancies.
You would have to get rid of it then. You would have to
Ectopic
save
pregnancy.
the woman's life.
That's the quintessential example of life of the mother.
Yeah, that's the only exception. The only exception, Sniper. And I want to add this too, okay? Because I heard people say 3 months, which is ridiculous, okay? Because if a man ejaculates in you, all right, and you miss your period, you know what I'm saying, you're a grown woman and you should be responsible enough to go get a home pregnancy test or go schedule an appointment at the doctor and find out if you're pregnant or not.
yeah.
A woman knows her body. A woman knows her body.
Hold on, Armando. I got pushback on that one.
All right, so-
And because her physical period is not always reliable. So that's something women don't have sex, always miss their period, don't mean they're pregnant. So that's why I said what I said.
Okay, but
Nah.
a heartbeat. But
That's rare though. That's rare, D-True. That is very rare.
Yeah, but after on your time period, that fetus has a heartbeat.
Mm-hmm.
And if anything that is, and just like Armando said, anything that's is terminated with a heartbeat, that is considered as murder,
Yep.
regardless if it's,
Okay, since we're going on that logic, the state prison been doing that for years, murdering folks.
That's not the same
okay,
thing.
you're okay.
Yeah,
well,
I'm
I'm
not
gonna no,
That's not the same. That's not the same thing, man. You gotta stay on top.
It's not the same thing.
I'm not doing this with you. Every time you get back into a corner in a discussion, man, you want to move the goalposts, man.
You are definitely. Hey, listen. First of all, capital punishment and abortion is two different freaking
cannot
things.
compare capital punishment to abortion.
Yeah,
man.
you cannot.
Come on,
You
bro.
cannot compare that.
No better
That's
than
like
that, man.
saying. That's like saying you comparing damn murder when somebody in the streets murders somebody to somebody given birth to somebody. That's two different fucking things.
Yeah.
And you're every time the conversation that you don't have no freaking knowledge about. Hey, I'm talking. I'm freaking talking. And every time that you have no knowledge about, you go back to this same move the goalpost trash, and you want to say, "Oh, well, the jail system's been doing that." That's capital punishment versus abortion. Two fucking different things.
No, it's not. Life is life.
No,
A
it's
heartbeat
not.
on
If you,
The-
hey, so,
Here's the
so,
difference.
so, no, no, no.
Here's-
Hey,
So, hold on.
DG,
So y'all
DG,
saying a person that's on
so,
death row do not have a heartbeat. Person on death row don't have a heartbeat, right?
Man, that's two different things, man. I'm
No,
not
no.
even
Hey,
gonna
hey,
get
bro.
into that.
Hey,
I'm not
listen.
even gonna
Hey,
get into that.
people
man.
on
That's
death
two
row,
different things.
people on death row has done something
It's
that
too
has
late for
that's broken the law.
For real.
They broke the law, and they
I'm
broke
just
it
moving the
tremendously.
goalposts. Real.
And they broke it tremendously. And the next thing, so what are we supposed to do? Just leave them out in the fucking wilderness someplace? You got to be kidding me with the stupid shit that you say sometimes. You want to
Hey,
say
hold
that
That's
on,
that
not
is
hold on.
dumb?
stupid.
Well,
Let me reel it in.
that is
If you
freaking
want
stupid.
whole life, if you want a baby to live, why you don't want a human man and a woman that's on death row to live?
So a
That's a listen.
person.
No, listen,
They went out there some ignorant and murder somebody else. So they
So
don't.
you-
So
but
they
so-
like don't matter. They like don't matter, do it?
Oh,
They like
so,
on
hey, so
Be
at
true,
the end of the
be
day,
true.
Okay.
That
at
is
the end,
be true. D2, number one, that's on the local level, brother. That ain't we talking about something. We're talking about policies that should be on the national level. That's something on the local level, number one. Number two, you're talking about the justice system. We're talking about something totally
But guess
different.
what?
We on
The justice
abortion.
system in this too.
Abortion,
Hey,
abortion ain't got
system in this
nothing to
too.
do.
Okay, well,
No, it don't. No, it don't, bro. You mixing apples and oranges, man.
the justice system is in Texas. If a woman go get an abortion, guess what? She go locked up, and the doctor gonna get locked up. The justice system in this too.
So
Bro,
no, so
you
this is
are-
now.
you
If
are
we can bring it
out
back
of
to
a
this
state,
my
she need to go. She need to take her head to Maryland in. Tell
If-
take her,
if we
it don't cost that much to go to Maryland. Tell her to take her ass to Maryland. If you know if it's illegal in damn Texas, she should take her lazy ass to damn Maryland, where it's legal.
if I can
Bottom
address
line.
if I can address it, I think I can also maybe if I can give my answer to it, and then also maybe kind of address what D's talking about. So to because he keeps bringing it up, and there is something there, but we can talk about it. But I just wanted to say that is it murder? At when the heartbeat is there, I say yes, right? Absolutely, it is. And that's another reason if you want to bring it to the justice system, that's why if a man murders a woman with a baby in her womb, he's charged with a double homicide. So I do think it is. I do think it is murder. Now, I'm probably unique in this. I do not think that women who do have abortions, even 3-4 months out, should be charged with murder. I do not think this because it would deter women from doing things the right way, kind of like what Mondo was talking about earlier. I think that the doctors who know better, and I say know better because in today's society, women have been literally educated and brought up to believe that this thing is not a person, not properly educated on what the trimesters are, what the stages of pregnancy are, when these heartbeats occur, or when these developmental changes occur. They're brought up to believe that these things are just a ball of cells, which we're all technically just a ball of cells at this point, right? Even now. So I don't necessarily think that the woman should be charged with murder. I think if and I don't even agree with this, I haven't really discussed this a whole lot, but if we're going to charge someone with a murder, it would be the healthcare practitioner. But to go back to what he keeps saying about death row and capital punishment, I think Armando is correct. Number one, you're talking about somebody who has allegedly committed an offense, was tried by a jury of their peers, and they have committed an act so heinous and evil as to forfeit their place in our society. And I'm not going to make an appeal to authority or God on this, but if you are to grape or murder an individual and receive a death penalty, I think that is a far cry from a human who has never even been able to breathe or make an act in this world and call those two things the same in any way. I think that that's outlandish. I don't even know how you could defend that position.
I see your hand, Armando.
Okay. Big T, I gotta give you some pushback. Okay.
Sure.
If a woman terminates a baby and that baby has a heartbeat, listen, women need to get educated. Okay. So, whoever becomes president, let's just say if either one of them does a national ban, okay, right then and there, it's time to get educated. Get educated. A lot of these women, they know what they're doing, bro. They not oblivious to what's going on. They know what they're doing. So I feel like, yes, you terminate a baby illegally and that baby has a heartbeat, second-degree manslaughter. I'm sorry. Second-degree man, they should be held accountable. You said it yourself. It's a heartbeat. So it's a heartbeat that's a human.
Yeah.
So when you kill something, when you kill a child with a heartbeat, what is that? That's murder.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Second-degree manslaughter.
So, and I think a fair, an apt comparison for that would be, because I read this case earlier about a woman who drowned her children, and I believe it was a 3-year-old in 2001. It's Andrea Yates. She drowned her 5-year-old in Texas. She was suffering from postpartum psychosis. She called 911 and admitted to the crime. And she was given 20 years in a mental hospital, and she's still, or no, she got out in 2021, but she spent almost 20 years in a mental hospital for that. So I don't know that, I believe she was charged with murder. I don't know to what degree that is, but does that sound like a fair sentence to you?
No, she should have got premeditated murder. She should have got murder 1.
Gotcha.
She should have got the same thing Susan Smith got, in my opinion.
Susan Smith, I'm not familiar with that case.
The woman that murdered her 2 sons, drowned them in South Carolina.
Yes, Susan Lee Smith.
Mm-hmm.
You remember that case? That's the one that's in South Carolina. Me and you talked about it before. She
said a black dude kidnapped her son.
Yeah, her son, 2 of them.
Well, but that's a little different. That there was premeditation involved in that. This woman, it was an act of passion, and she called and admitted to it right away. So I think that's the difference in gradation, right? In what do they call it? In degree, in degree, the difference in degree.
She ain't gonna get no slap on the wrist. She
lied about it. Yeah. Yeah. So like maybe if a woman has the abortion illegally and then lies about it, that kind of thing.
Yeah. Second degree manslaughter.
Okay.
And how many years does that carry? Second degree manslaughter.
It varies by state, but I know that in her instance, she had 2 counts of murder, this Susan Smith, and she was 30 years with the possibility of parole. So 15 years per life.
Well, she's up for parole this year, and actually next month.
Okay, so you heard what she just said. You heard what he just said, Sniper. 15 years.
Mm-hmm.
Her life. I was trying to tell you, and you knew, this woman is getting out in November. She done served her time.
She still got to go.
What do you think? What do you think, Big Tony? She done served her time. This woman done served her time.
Yeah, that's a long time.
Yeah,
it's 30 years.
But she still has to go up against the parole board. That's what I was trying to tell you. She still, just because her time is up, she still got to go against the parole board. And the parole board can say, no, I don't think you learned your lesson because, T, She was also having sex with the inmates, which they gave her extra time for. She's doing drugs in jail.
No, gentlemen. I'm sorry, gentlemen. I was wrong. It says her convictions are 2 counts of murder. She actually received life imprisonment with the possibility of parole after 30 years.
Yeah,
so the possibility of parole, but she did get life.
So she still has to go to life. She's going to still get, it could get extended. That's why I was saying. I know what you're saying, but that's what I was telling you, that she still has to go against the parole bro, and they're going to make the decision if she's going to be out of jail or not.
I have to think about this. I really haven't thought about incarceration, or charging women with a crime for abortion. I've never really thought about that. My initial thought is to not do that because we want to educate. Like you said, we want to educate women. We want them to have babies. We want them to make good decisions. I don't necessarily think that incarcerating or threatening people with jail time, especially when they're not properly educated about what abortion is the right thing to do. That's my initial, right? I want to be forgiving, but to be philosophically consistent, which is what Armando is doing and trying to do in his arguments, which I appreciate, it does make sense that you would charge someone with a crime if it is a murder.
Well, here's the deal. Education, and it probably is not as in depth when we were in school. Armando and D Truth were in school, because you had the education. The only education is if you lay down with the opposite sex inserts himself inside you and ejaculates inside you, there's a possibility you might become pregnant. You have to understand that. And if it happened on accident, you can't just say, oh, let's start all over again.
No.
So if any other time in life, in real life, as Armando likes to say, in real life, if any time in life, if you unalive another human being, or you're going to go to jail for it. And there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. It's not self-defense, so you can't plead that case. It's not mental health, so you can't plead that case. But it isn't right what it is. And now the degree of murder, of taking someone's life or taking a fetus life with a heartbeat, that's determined about among the courts, or make a law or a policy with it. But you can't not just, unless those 3 deceptions, and the grape one, like I said, it has to be proven. Because again, not saying that women do, or a lot of women do it, but there are some women that will scream grape or sing grape, or will start screaming grape to justify getting an abortion. So it has to be
That's
proven.
where, see, Sniper, right now, and I feel what you're saying. That's where I was saying the great kid and all of that would have to come into play.
Mm-hmm.
The great kid.
Yeah.
Oh, then I had one more pushback with one more pushback. So I do understand what Big T is saying about reliving life, reliving the incident that happened. And when you said, well, if somebody breaks in your house, I don't know if we could compare those, because that's 2 different traumas.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? We're talking about material trauma and physical trauma. Personal physical trauma. Yeah. Somebody has forced themselves upon you. So that's probably the reason why a lot of young ladies do not report it or get the kit, or after all that's done, don't want to talk about it no more. Because I have I got a few friends who have been great, and they don't like talking about it unless they are having those feelings about it. So bring it back, but you did make a good point of, if she doesn't bring it to you, if she says she has, I think that the investigators, the whoever, detectives, the attorney, whatever, can be able to go back to that spot and get that kit, other than sending her there to do
Yeah,
it because
pull her
of the
file.
trials.
Yeah.
Pull her files, so it won't lead to reliving that trauma again. And that's the only pushback I had with that.
Yeah. I mean, we used the same file.
Right.
Yeah, we wouldn't have her going to do a whole nother rape kit and all of that. Everything in that police file would be used for that same purpose.
Mhm. Yeah.
Any
And also too-
any other subjects? Oh, go ahead, T.
No, go ahead. No, I'm good.
No, I was saying, well, we hanging on. We got 7 viewers. I know they're probably yawning and stuff.
Yeah, I'm yawning myself now.
I'm almost done
gonna
myself.
drop down in a minute.
Yeah. But is there any other, before we jump off this thing, and me and T probably stay here another hour talking, but is there any other subjects that y'all wanted to bring up from the debate, or something y'all want to get pick each other's brain off of, or anything like that?
If I could, I just want to say, man, I appreciate these conversations. Really, you guys made me go through scenarios and ways of thinking that I haven't before. It's amazing. It's fun. It's difficult, right? It's all those things, and this is important. These are important conversations to have. Really, I mean, I wish more people had these types of discussions to figure out where their neighbors are, where other people are. On these things, and it's good, man. But that aside, I did want to say that I thought it was a good debate. I don't think it changed a whole lot of people's minds. I thought the moderators were were slightly more in favor of the Democrat, but I mean, that was a little bit of expected, especially with today's media. I think that we kind of knew that, but overall, both candidates did a good job of framing their positions and identifying or labeling, their candidates. That's all I wanted to say. We definitely got into more than I thought we were going to today. But I wish that when we had these political debates, we could have better moderation to better understand our candidates. And quite frankly, aside from today, because like Mondo said, I kind of agree with Armando, which is I wish we had better candidates. Let me just say that. I just wish we had. I really do. I wish we had better, more competent, and better characters. Better men and women of character in these positions. To vote for.
One question real quick, and this goes for all of you.
Mm-hmm.
And me and Tony talked about this last night. When you jumped off and went right to bed, Armando, we had a conversation. What do you think about if these two were running for president? Let's just say, hindsight, Lance won. Instead of having the vice president, or what if the vice president, the other candidate becomes the vice president? And the only reason why I asked that question is because, like tonight, and I don't know if y'all noticed this, they agreed on a lot of stuff. They definitely agreed on a lot of stuff, and they actually,
Yeah.
I mean, they were saying the same thing, but just in different tones of voices. What do y'all? So, do you think that will work? Starting with you, Armando.
I want to say this first. This is why it is very important that we need to have real primaries. All of this coronation and like if the president running for seeking re-election and nobody in the party challenges him in the primary, I think that needs to go out the window. I think every election there needs to be a real primary. And we wouldn't be in this situation. I think if we would have had a real primary on both sides, we would have two totally different candidates. That issue with Joe Biden would have never occurred because he wouldn't have won the primary. He would have lost the primary. If someone, if let's just say if Shapiro would have ran against him, he would have lost the primary. He would have lost.
Is Shapiro old enough?
Yeah, but I'm not. Yes, but I'm sorry. Go ahead. You didn't come to me.
And if Vance would have ran against Trump, I think Vance would have won. Vance would have. I mean, you see how the brother articulated his words, and he explained things that I was looking for Trump to explain. Vance explained it a hell of a lot better.
Yeah,
I felt I understood everything he was saying, man, because he broke it down in plain terms.
He's a polished politician, and Trump's a businessman.
I'm telling you, man,
Trump's
that's a future president. That man is going to be a future president.
But again, is Lance old enough? He's only 40. I thought you had to be. I thought you had to be 45, maybe.
No.
I don't know the exact age, but I see, and I definitely see what you're saying. He is. And the next time around, he's going to be the next president to candidate.
You only have to be 35 to be president.
Yeah, like if Trump wins
35.
Yeah, 35. Like if
Natural
Trump
born
wins, Trump is done. You know, in 2028, he can't run anymore. He done his 2 terms, so that would open the door up for Vance.
Yeah, and he's already said he's not going to run again if he loses this time.
Yeah.
D-Truth.
I mean, I'm telling you, I really do believe that's a future president that we saw up on that stage tonight, man. Dude is yeah, he's gonna be a problem for the Democrats in the future.
Well, Armando, what do you think about the statement I said about having, if the last 2 candidates standing, the loser of the becoming the president, and I don't want to say loser, but the non-select voted in becomes the vice president?
No, because they have 2 different policies. They're not on the same page. I think the top of the ticket and the bottom of the ticket should hold the White House, man. None of that cross ticket stuff.
Yeah.
Didn't Lincoln do that with Johnson?
But it brings to the table, different views. If we sitting at a round table, we bring different views, we'll come up with a common solution.
History shows it didn't work because Lincoln and Johnson was 2 totally different. Johnson was a Dixiecrat and Lincoln was a diehard Republican, liberal Republican. And he tried that, reaching across aisles and having people in his cabinet, some Dixiecrats in his cabinet and, liberal Republicans in his cabinet. That didn't work, man. You gotta, you want your running mate to be on the same page as you are.
Yeah, I understand that, but if I see something that you don't see, or I have a better understanding of something that you don't understand, it will bring more people. I believe it bring more people together. Because if, again, just take me and T, we've been friends for forever and a day. We don't always see eye to eye, but we also learn from each other. And if a decision needs to be made, we can come after we get both our point of views across. We usually we can combine them together and make it work. Well, that's the only reason why I threw that out there.
Well, see, the thing is, they would never allow that because you taking a lot of money out of people's pockets when you bring. That scenario you talking about, man, you know how many people that will miss out on money? Do you know how much money that will? Because they want the country to be divided. when it comes to politics. It's,
But
it's money. They
Yeah,
have
I'm gonna
Republican and Democrat.
I'm gonna tell you this right here. I don't know how many of y'all when took a look at Vance bio, right? He was a Democrat. Now he on the vice president with Trump. So what to say? He run with Trump just to get in there as vice president and do different things that Trump does, go against Trump. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So
But
we got politicians that Republican, Democrat, and Republican, that Democrat, that Republican on the opposite side, playing both sides of the fences. So
Well,
anything possible.
yeah, but you know what? That's when I came up with that question, because again, Lance, he did say in the debate tonight, he did not agree with a lot of things Trump said, but the things he did agree that he kept switching.
He used to be anti-Trump. He used to be a diehard anti-Trumper for real.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but again, just because he's a Republican now, he still have Democrat thoughts.
Well, you know who else was like that, don't you? You know who else was like that? That flip parties later on and then became president as a Republican. Ronald Reagan. Ronald Reagan was a Democrat, and then he flipped and became a Republican. And you know, he got in there. And one thing about Reagan, he was able to get the Republicans and the Democrats in the Congress and the Senate to reach across aisles. He got a lot of stuff done because of his negotiating skills.
Yeah, I agree. The issue that you run into is if you cross parties like that with the run, you know, with the person who comes in, the non-elect being the vice president, is you run into the undermining. That's what you all are talking about, is right. One undermining the other. But I do think it could work in certain situations. Like, I mean, I think it could almost work in a with it like a Trump RFK ticket, because they seem to be aligned on some issues. And the reason I say that is because RFK, he's a little bit of more of a unique Democrat in the way that you can actually discuss and debate and argue with him, and he's willing to listen. I hate to say this right now, but I don't think a lot of Democrats are really willing to do that, because I feel like it's a fear for some reason about their positions. They're like afraid to agree with Democrats on things when it's okay to do that at times, and vice versa. Democrats or Republicans are afraid to agree with Republicans on things, and I think that makes it makes it really difficult to have bipartisan relationships. But that is something, like you said, that Ronald Reagan did very well.
Yeah,
and I can see Vance being that way, because remember when Waltz got selected as the vice president, he was calling that man weird. He was a weirdo. And tonight, Vance,
he didn't seem so weird.
Was so smooth. He had Waltz was over there damn near agreeing with everything he was saying almost. So I mean, man, hey, bro, man.
Yeah, but they both could kind of agree with each other. Really?
Yeah, but I think tonight, man, I must admit, bro, you know, because in the beginning I didn't like Vance, bro, but I must admit, after watching that debate, man, a star was born. He pulled a Ryan Williams tonight. I'm being honest with you. He pulled a Ryan Williams tonight. A star was born.
I think, do you think, in the last question I'm going to ask, we got 15 minutes and we're dropping down. 15 minutes. Started my clock now. Do you think that all the answers, and we do know that the moderators did lead some of the answers for Waltz. I saw that with my own eyes, but I also saw that they did do it a little bit not as much to Lance, but they did do it. Do you think all the answers or questions was answered by both candidates tonight? Starting with you, D-True.
I don't think so, because some of the questions that the moderator asked, both the candidates kind of went around the questions. That's how I feel about it. The questions the moderator asked, they really didn't answer. So that's how I feel about it. But it was a good one.
T.
Yeah, I mean, I partially agree. There was some. I mean, obviously, some deflecting on both sides. I definitely feel like Vance did a better job articulating his answers. I think that Walz was caught more on his heels than Vance was a few times, but yeah, I mean, we saw it. You know, I mean, I took notes on that. What I really didn't appreciate really was the fact checking. It's those kind. There were zero fact checks against Walz whatsoever, which we went through. Which ones he should have been fact checked on. You know, about book banning, he wasn't pressed on that or fact check on that. He was never asked what an opportunity economy is. Neither has Kamala Harris. She's still never been asked that. They keep saying opportunity economy, but they never go into any real elaboration about what that means. He said that there were several officers that died after January 6th. There was no fact check on that. So I would have liked to see more of that fair treatment, you know, but yeah, I agree that they both chose what questions to deviate, you know, from to not answer clearly. But I still think that Vance did a better job of being articulate and answering the questions to the best of his ability than Walz.
Armando?
Pretty much agree with Big T there. Both were deflecting. But at the end of the day, from what I saw, Vance looked more presidential. You know, he was more sharper, more polished. It looked like he was more well prepared. I think Walz took him lightly. I think Walz underestimated him tremendously. I think Walz got a little emotional. You know, Vance was able to get up under his skin and trigger him a little bit. You could tell his face was red during most of the debate, you know, and Van, I mean, you look at the split screen, man, you know, Walz looking, you know, buck-eyed, face
You got
red,
them wide eyes, yeah.
yeah, and, you know, Van's cool and calm, man. Like, he looking, you know, like, hey, you know, I'm not flustered. I mean, hey, another day at the office. So,
my man was looking into the camera like,
yeah, I would have to give the edge, and this was a major upset, but I would have to give the edge to Vance tonight, man. I'm sorry, I can't lie, man. You know, I think Vance got him, Sniper. I think he got him.
I totally agree. I think more questions were answered by these two than the actual presidential debate. I think Vance did do a better job of articulating his answers. I think that what did not help out Walz was that he only talked about what he knew. He did have now the one thing Walz was doing though, he was on point with his facts, some of his facts. When it came to the percentage of certain things, he was on point with it, and I was like, I don't know what the hell you writing down or who you're telling me, but Google's in your head right now. But at the end of the day, I thought that in the 43 years I've been living, this happens to be one of the best debates I've seen. I put that in the top 3 of debates that I've ever seen. Because again, and me and Tony discussed this throughout, there was not that much mudslinging. There was no going, you know, they took shots every once in a while at each other's counterparts, but they didn't, they was not in attack mode from the get-go like it was with the presidential debate.
Yeah, they kept the gloves up. They were attacks, but they were political attacks. They weren't personal ones, and I appreciate that.
And they were basically, they basically Walls was just trying to, okay, Kamala got the lead, so I'm not finna do that to try to screw it up. And Vance was like, oh, all these podcasts and these news shows he was going on and all the stuff he was speaking, like, okay, let me try to bring a better image of myself and let me see, can I get the morale of our constituents up because of the bad performance Trump had. So that basically what you had right there.
Yeah.
Him trying to bring, go ahead.
And he also, he was basically like, that was his coming out party. That was his coming out party. Like, I'm here and I'm gonna be here for a while. I'm gonna be a force to be reckoned with. I think he had one of those nights, Sniper.
Mm-hmm.
And just to piggyback on, because I was listening to you all before I came up, and I think it was Big Tony. He had said something about these vice presidential debates holds no bearing on the election outcome, and he's right, because even though Vance won, just remember this, caution. Remember the 88 debate, 1988 debate. There was Lord Benson and Dan Quayle. And Lord Benson destroyed Dan Quayle. I mean, he wiped the floor with Dan Quayle with the zinger of the century.
And it still didn't
Jack
help him.
was a friend of mine. I knew Jack very well. Mr. Quayle, Senator Quayle, you know Jack Kennedy. That was epic. That was a mic drop moment that lived in infamy. I'm telling you. And even with all of that, it did not help Dukakis. Dukakis still lost the election.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, no, I agree. Yeah. I mean, I go back and forth between that one and then, you know, Ronald Reagan. I still think Ronald Reagan had the best one, which if you saw tonight, Waltz tried to duplicate. You know, I will not let the youth and inexperience of, I will not, you know, what do you say, take advantage of the youth and inexperience of my opponent. And Waltz tried to drop that line similar to it, and it didn't work as well. But yeah, I think you're right. I'm not sure that it really matters in the grand scheme of things. It was really just about framing their running mates.
Yeah, and I think and Lance did better promoting Trump, and he did a little bit better job. But again, it matters, but it don't matter, because at the end of the day, we're going to be voting. We're not going to be voting for them. We're going to be voting for the other two. Tony, you had a statement, and probably the last question we get to, and I'll let them do some pushback for it. Waltz tried to use a Bible verse, and you got a little upset about that. Explain why you did that. What were your feelings behind
it? Because I think in a presidential debate, really in any debate whatsoever, I despise, I don't want to say despise. Yeah, I'll say despise. I despise when people in a debate appeal to authority, particularly religious authority. And the reason is not because I think that they're committing any sort of sin or sacrilege, but I mean, it's not helpful in a debate. I may not agree with, or I may not believe in the authority that you believe in. I may not give that authority the same kind of weight. If I make appeals to God and to scripture, which there, in my opinion, obviously I'm a religious person. I believe in God. I love God. I think that God is important in our world and in our country, and more importantly in your daily lives and in your family. But on a debate stage, to use scripture to prove a point, even though there may be knowledge and deep knowledge in scripture, I don't think an appeal to authority is meaningful in a debate. I think we all are human beings capable of logic and reason. We are reasoning creatures. We are political animals, and we should be able to make those debates or make our points without appealing to authorities, such as religious figures or scripture. Personally, that's how I feel about it, like from a debate perspective. Personally, I don't feel like anyone who supports abortion to the extent that he does has a deep understanding or belief in God. And so I was bothered by that.
Any of you two want to piggyback, push back?
No,
I'm gonna say this right here. If that the case, the politicians need to start going inside these churches. But I'm lying. You see what I'm saying? They should be going inside these churches, and they will tell them what they be saying in there, what they be telling the congregation. They should be going inside these churches. So it is what it is. Sometimes you got to look here. You got to do what you got to do to get your running mate elected. You see what I'm saying? And appeal to who you got to appeal to. And I think that's what he did. And when he said that line about, do you think? I think this last thing he said was, do you think that election was stolen? And was Trump right about that? Vance didn't want to answer that question. I think that what people gonna probably remember about that. They gonna remember the first few parts about it.
Well, I think he did the right thing for his political agenda. He did the right thing to stay away from that, to distance himself from that, because he was not Trump's running mate. He was not the vice president. He didn't have nothing to do with that situation. So he did what I would have did, bro. He did exactly what I would have did. So,
right.
You know. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, like Armando said, he wasn't there at that particular time. And remember, at that particular time, he was not on the same agenda as Trump. So why would he put himself out there to say yes or no? But he has no dog in the fight. Gentlemen,
I don't even know why they brought that subject up tonight anyway, because it didn't have Vance wasn't there. They didn't have nothing to do with him, bro.
And neither was Watts. He wasn't there. He was in Minnesota having clam chowder. I don't know. Gentlemen, it has been a pleasure. It's been this right here has been educational, and anybody who watches this afterwards, you just listen to four dudes who has their ways, that has their thought process on things, on different subjects. We listened to the debate. I thought it was a very, like I said, it is a great debate. So my top 3 debates of all my years of living. With that said, start with you, D-Truth. Do you have any final words?
All I gotta say, love, respect yourself. We love space. You sit down BS. Self-love is the best love. Cause who could love you better than you love yourself?
And when you go live one day, D-Truth, I want to one of your topics that we had last week or the week before, and then your closing statements. We're gonna try to mix those together. We're gonna debate about that. T, you got any last statements, brother?
Amazing time. Thank you all for your time. You never get it back. God loves you, and praise him, and good night.
Armando?
Man, it's been a pleasure, fellas. This has been a very educational, spirited debate. I enjoyed every second of it. That vice presidential debate was epic. Great job. Both candidates did a great job. I just think Vance was just a little bit more polished, and it was just his night. He was in the zone tonight, and congratulations to him, because in my opinion, I do believe he won the debate tonight. But other than that, everyone just enjoy the rest of it's officially Wednesday morning. Everyone have a blessed night. Get you some sleep, because that's exactly what I'm getting ready to do. And like I always say, take care of yourselves and each other. Wolfpack for life.
Yeah.
Oh.
Hey, continue to pray, y'all. Continue to pray, because that's the only thing that's going to make us better and make us come together. We pray. And I pray for yourself, pray for others. Again, I'm Sniper, a.k.a. Brown Almaco Wolf. This has been a great day. And I hope that Go Dogs. I see.
Go Tide.
And we will be live. I think this week we have we're gonna have what's the odds? I go ahead and get our betting out of the way for you who bet on games. I'll give you my opinion on which direction I will go. We have Saturday morning show coming on. Armando, you doing anything this week?
I'm probably gonna do a dog call, and my usual cam reactions.
All right.
I got one come Thursday night, and we'll do Saturday morning, Friday night, Saturday morning, and Saturday night. So y'all know what it is. And Monday, and I do mine on Monday night too. So it's gonna be fun.
We got a slate coming for you, and I got and setting up another interview with Miss Underwood. Misunderstood. I'm talking.
Boy, you better get that right, boy.
I mean,
get that girl name right, man.
Yeah, I had to.
About it.
Good gracious, I don't know what's wrong with me. Both of them go together. I just have one on my mind. I had that interview coming up soon. We're gonna dig down deep into her situation and the positivity that came out of it. But other than that, y'all, hey, I love y'all. Y'all stay healthy, stay safe, get some rest tonight, and we are out.